Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. The U.S. has launched strikes on Iran for a fourth straight night, and also the U.S. has resumed its naval blockade Iran. That happened about 10 minutes ago. And just a few minutes ago, report of new explosions in Iran. I'm going to show you that right now. You can see that right here. This is from Iran state media FARS. They say about 7 minutes ago, reports of explosions heard in Avaz. A few minutes ago, residents of Avaz reported hearing several explosions again. So again, new strikes on Iran are underway by the U.S., and the naval blockade just about 11 minutes ago came into effect. We're going to bring you the latest updates here. Appreciate you being here for the stream. And by the way, just about 15 minutes ago, let me show you this from 15 minutes ago. U.S. projectile hits Bandar Abbas, near Bandar Abbas and Sirik. Several explosions were reported in the east of Bandar Abbas and Sirik between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. tonight. It is currently 11:41 p.m. I'm going to get a clock up there for you. Additionally, several explosions were heard in Bandar Abbas around 11:08 p.m. Now let me get on the screen here. There. 11:42 p.m. Iran time. You know, they announced the strikes. They said the strikes started at 3 Eastern. That's a little earlier than they've started them the last few nights. Sorry for the delay in getting on the air. This was from about a half hour ago, right here. About a half hour ago, we had a report from Tasnim state media, Iran, where they said U.S. missile strike hits Sirik. The Hormuzgan province governorate announced at approximately 11 local time, which would have been about 40 minutes ago, an area near Sirik was struck by projectiles fired by U.S. forces. A full report will be released after initial assessments. So Sirik, Bandar Abbas. What am I forgetting? I think I'm forgetting one more. Here's an update about a couple things. So this is from Mer News. At the top there, it says about 10 minutes ago, at least one explosion was heard in Avaz a short time ago. That follows reports of 3 explosions heard in Avaz around 10:30 a.m., which would have been about an hour ago. Sorry, I think that means 10:30 p.m. That must be 10:30 p.m. That'd be my guess. Anyways, but this report came out 10 minutes ago. Some local sources have also reported explosions in Shadagan, Hamideh, and Beb Ahan, but official sources have not yet commented on those reports. Also, Hormuzgan province governorate, in the recent U.S. attacks on certain areas of Hormuzgan province, no civilian casualties or damage to residential or commercial infrastructure has been reported. Here is the announcement from CENTCOM about the new strikes. I'll also show you their announcement about the blockade. Oops, we'll see it in a second. So if you see here, they say at 3 p.m. Eastern time today, a little over an hour ago, the U.S. Central Command Forces began launching an additional round of strikes against Iran to continue degrading Iranian capabilities used to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. The strikes are taking place as American forces prepare to resume the naval blockade against Iranian ports and coastal areas, and that blockade is now in effect, as you can see here, 15 minutes ago. It went into effect. U.S. forces resumed the naval blockade against vessels transiting to and from Iranian ports and coastal areas today at 4 p.m. There are currently more than 20 U.S. Navy warships and hundreds of military aircraft operating across the Middle East. American forces remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. That blockade was originally from April 13th to June 18th, and then it was stopped, and then now less than a month later, it is back on. Now I want to check something else here too. Hang on, hold on here. Now, there's also a statement from the Kuwaiti army. Where was that? Where is the actual statement? Hang on a moment here. Oh, I'm sorry. I reposted this already. Hold on. So, the Kuwaiti army said, in case you hadn't seen, one of the naval vessels belonging to the Kuwaiti Naval Force was targeted, resulting in injuries to 4 members of the armed forces who received the necessary medical care and treatment. Their condition is stable. Okay? So they say that one of their naval force vessels was targeted, and 4 in the armed forces were injured. And I think OSINT Technical mentioned that there was a post about this before. Let me show you something about this. Hang on, One News. Where was that posted? Give me one sec here. Hold on. Now I can't find that. Oh, I'm sorry. You know who posted it? Where was this? Oh, that's a couple days ago. Sorry. All right. So, anyways, I don't see a statement from Iran about this yet, but I do want to emphasize this again. So again, Kuwait Army said one of the naval vessels belonging to the naval force, Kuwaiti naval force, was targeted, resulting in injuries to 4 members of the armed forces who received the necessary medical care and treatment. Their condition is stable. By Iran, by the way. I'm going to read you this whole message from Kuwait that was posted. So, this was posted here about an hour ago by Kuwait Army. The Kuwait Army said in the last until now, that's today, which now is now the 15th there, I believe. Well, is it? Hold on. Kuwait time. It's 11:22 p.m. It's still the 14th there. But as of the time of this post about an hour ago, on the 14th, the Kuwait Armed Forces have detected from, they say from this evening until now. Anyway, I believe it's this date. 1 ballistic missile, 5, maybe the latter part of today. 1 ballistic missile, 5 cruise missiles, and 33 hostile drones, all of which have been intercepted and dealt with. The Iranian aggression has resulted in the targeting of several vital and civilian facilities, with shrapnel falling in various locations across the country, leading to material damage. I want to highlight that too. You know, a number of these countries in this region, they're not very forthright with the information. Like if they get attacked. And I mean, who knows what this means? First of all, you've heard me say this before. It seems like with a lot of these countries that they never report a direct hit and that they always say damage is caused by interceptions and shrapnel and debris from interceptions. I don't know if that's true. I can't remember the last time they reported a direct hit. But I know lots and lots of times they've said there's shrapnel and interception damage. So now maybe that's true, but personally, I'm not discounting the possibility that that sometimes there's direct hits and they say there's shrapnel, although I don't know for sure. So just seems strange to me. Especially because in the first part of the war, we would hear about direct hits and we seem to not hear about them anymore. But regardless, that aside, there could have been significant damage, and they say civilian facilities here. So what does this paragraph mean? The Iranian aggression has resulted in the targeting of several vital, meaning very important, several vital and civilian facilities, with shrapnel falling in various locations across the country, leading to material damage. So what got hit there? Sounds like some important facilities got damaged by Iranian missile and drone attacks. What facilities? I don't know. What's the damage? I don't know. But I wouldn't assume, it's no big deal because we don't hear about it, because you are hearing about it. You're just hearing very little about it. M. Kimmel says it means no one can say the government didn't inform them. They just didn't tell the whole story. But I mean, they're saying that stuff was hit. They're saying important targets were hit or were damaged. Seems like an important statement, though. But again, you really don't get much detail. And they seem to keep a pretty tight lid on things when it comes to, reporting coming out of the country. So they said that, and then they also said, Kuwait, it's about an hour ago, additionally, one of the naval vessels belonging to the Kuwait Naval Force was targeted, resulting in injuries to 4 members of the armed forces. They're saying targeted by Iran, I assume. That's the implication here. Because they talk about Iranian aggression. One of the naval vessels belonging to the Kuwaiti Naval Force was targeted, again, implied by Iran, resulting in injuries to 4 members of the armed forces who received the necessary medical care and treatment. Their condition is stable. It doesn't even say their absolute condition, it just says stable, which means not getting worse significantly. So what happened with that incident? Seems like an important incident. In another world, it's a really big story. But they're saying right there that Iran targeted their ship, their Navy ship. The armed forces affirm their continued execution of their missions and duties with efficiency within the framework of ongoing readiness and constant preparedness, thereby enhancing the security of the homeland and preserving the safety of citizens and residents. Seems like a significant story to me. 2 significant stories. Here and here. $10-2 says the fog of war. Hey, thanks to our, a couple thank yous here. Thanks to our moderators who are moderating right now. Beth Mythical, Roberts Mayqueen. Thanks, Beth Mythical and Roberts Mayqueen over on YouTube right now. By the way, to anyone who might have been watching us on Rumble, so we did like a 2-week tryout thing on Rumble. We're not there today. We might be back there very soon. We got to figure some things out. But so the 2-week trial on Rumble is over. I enjoyed streaming over there. We very well might be back very soon, but some things need to be figured out. So I apologize to anyone who's watching now who was watching on Rumble and preferred to watch over there. But I'll keep you posted. Let's see here. Now, I wanted to thank also our Twitch moderators. LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev are moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Paul Anderson moderating over on Facebook. Thanks, Paul. Andrea Holder. Thank you. Shorty says they're so reckless, Iran, they just aim all willy-nilly. Hey, thanks also for your support. Billy B35, our member. Flower Cat for the gift memberships. Thanks so much. Seize the Day for the gift membership. Thank you. Mary McHugh2, our member. Thank you. Child of God. Thanks for the membership. Sabra. Sabra says ground troops. I've heard nothing about ground troops today, Sabra. If I do, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Sabra, for your support. Thanks so much. Thomas P0419 gave 20 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Please thank Thomas or somebody else if they gave you a membership. Thanks, Thomas. That's very kind of you. Thomas P0419. Actually, take it back. Thomas gave 30 people memberships. I'm not kidding you. Thomas just gave 30 people membership. So generous of Thomas. Thank you so much, Thomas PO419. Thanks also, Crypto King, for your support. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Thank you, Rita R64, for your support. Really appreciate it, Rita. JS Morley, our member, who says we will have to really stomp them. Talk won't work. Thanks, As was, for being a member. Did I thank Child of God for the membership? Thank you. Also, Tenfold, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming, thanks for your support on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thanks for your support on Twitch. All right, let's get you some more updates here. Here's a story from Iranian media ISNA. They say denial of damage to Kish power generators. The Kish Island is a resort island in Iran that there were reports of strikes there I think it was last night, either last night or the night before. CEO of Kish Water and Electricity Company. The reports circulating about potential damage to the power generators were based on a misinterpretation of discussions from a technical and internal meeting. Currently, the provision of water and energy services on Kish Island is operating without any disruptions and is stable. I can't verify that myself. I'm just passing that along. Again, the U.S. announced new strikes that started an hour and a half ago for a fourth straight night. Oh, some people were mentioning in the chat the oil prices. So let's check on oil prices. It's not that much different than last night when we were on the air, a little bit higher. So right now, tradingview.com, Brent crude 85.61. It is up 2.75% today. It is up, well, if we go to the 5-day chart here, there's the 5-day chart. So a couple days ago, well, this is only a couple days ago was at around 76, 75, 76. Now it's at almost 86. So that's well over 10% jump with 12, 13% in a couple days. That's a 5-day chart right there. And then WTI crude, that's the 1-day chart. It's up about almost 3%, over 80. And similar 5-day chart for WTI crude, up over 10% in a couple days. Also, let me check one other thing here. Is here. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. So we'll keep an eye on that during the broadcast. I'll give you updates on that. If you're wondering about stocks, So this is from barchart, barchart.com, with the overview from today. S&P 500 today up 0.38%. Dow basically even, 0.02% up. NASDAQ up 0.9%. I assume that's, I assume because the market closes at 4, right? If I have that right? Yes. So that should be the price for the day. I'm going to double check that. Yes. Those were the exact numbers for the day. Dow Jones up 0.02%, S&P up 0.38%, S&P 500 over up 0.38% for the day, and NASDAQ up 0.9% for the day. Today, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Yes, as Wes says, closed half an hour ago. One of our viewers said up before, Ken said up because of the inflation report. Now, I don't pretend to know why everything's going up and down. I will say that Reuters said stocks gain on softer inflation bank results while oil rises on U.S.-Iran hostilities. Reuters said MSCI's global equities index advanced modestly on Tuesday after softer than expected U.S. inflation data and strong quarterly results from major banks. The U.S. Consumer Price Index increased by a lower than expected 3.5% in the 12 months through June after surging 4.2% in May. The index fell 0.4% on a monthly basis, largely due to a recent retreat in gasoline prices from multi-year highs. Although, with oil going up in the last week or so, last few days, that's going to filter down the gas prices, by the way. By the way, I do want to mention this. President Trump announced today, remember yesterday, President Trump yesterday had announced that the U.S. would be charging 20% of the value of cargo for every ship that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, while the U.S. Basically becomes the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the words he used. But today, one day later, he said that's not happening anymore. As you can see here, President Trump said, based on highly productive conversations with Middle East leadership, I have decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. So, because we had talked about that yesterday. He announced this just yesterday, the 20% fee. Let's read his post here. He said, oil is flowing like never before thanks to the awesome power of the U.S. military. A special salute to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Jane Kane, and Commander of the U.S. Central Command Admiral Brad Cooper. Because of them and all members of the most powerful military anywhere in the world, by far, the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump says, is open to all ship traffic except for Iran, and that is because of their lying, violent, malicious leadership, which is taking them down the path of total destruction. We will therefore have a full blockade, but only on ships coming to and from Iranian ports or carrying anything having to do with Iranian cargo. Based on highly productive conversations with Middle East leadership, I have decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee, which again he announced yesterday, with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. He says those investments will be massive, but at the same time, extraordinarily good for them and their future. As everyone is aware, we have the largest dollar investment into the United States of any country in history, but these new investments will make that number even larger. And we will see factories, plants, and equipment pour into the United States at historic rates, at historic levels, which will create additional millions of high-paying American jobs. America is winning again, winning like never before. The days of Iran killing hundreds of thousands of people, including 52,000 protesters, are over. And most importantly, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That was posted at 11:04 a.m. I don't believe, has he posted about Iran after that? No, that's the last. Oh. I don't believe he has posted after that about Iran. If he posts about Iran again while we're on the air, I'll certainly let you know. Now, by the way, you know, last night, we had heard on the air last night that the UAE announced that 2 of its oil tankers were hit by Iranian missiles. And at the time, the UK MTO, which reports ship attacks, had only reported one of those 2. Well, after we got off the air, they reported 2 more ships attacked, which had to be at least one new one. And these were both in the southern Strait of Hormuz, near Oman. This is, you can see it says 13 hours ago. What is, maybe I can pull up this list here. Yeah, so these are the three here. Right. So the Mombasa and the Al Baya, those were 2 tankers that are operated by the UAE. And you can see they were close to Oman. And a tanker reported being struck by a suspected missile while transiting outbound on the southern route of the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple injuries, some serious reported. The UAE said 1 person was killed on the ship and 8 were injured, including 4 seriously. Also, they said, if I have those numbers right, was it 8 injured or 6 injured, 4 seriously? I thought it was 8 injured, 4 seriously. I think that's what it was. Anyways, this is the other tanker here. Tanker reported being struck by a suspected missile while transiting the outbound on the southern route of the Strait of Hormuz. 1 fatality, 1 injury reported. Oh, that's interesting. So according to the UK MTO, they said on one ship there was 1 fatality and 1 injury. On the other ship there was multiple injuries. I believe that in the UAE statement last night, they said that the injuries and death were on one of the ships. So there may be a discrepancy there. I don't want to linger on it. Information can be confused with breaking news. Yeah, I mean, oh, I see what it is. It's a little confusing the way it was written. So if you look at the way the UAE reported this last night, they said the targeting caused the targeting of the 2 UAE tankers resulted in the death of 1 crew member of the tanker Mombasa and the injury of 8 others. So I read that as 8 others on the Mombasa. But strictly speaking, you could also read it as the injury of 8 others on both ships. So it's ambiguous the way it's written. I was assuming they were talking about all one ship. I'm sorry that I might have gotten that wrong. Anyways, that aside, my point was, if you look here, in addition to these two, which we already knew about during the stream, there was a third attack here, 40 nautical miles northeast of Oman, chemical tanker. A tanker reports being hit by an unknown projectile on the starboard side engine room. All crew are safe and accounted for with no environmental impact reported. That was the 08526. Oh, you know what? So this is interesting. All right. So I had thought last night, there was some confusing yesterday. Last night, when the UAE announced those 2 tankers had been hit, the UK MTO had only reported 1 tanker hit, and it was this one. And there was some confusion because I was assuming that this was one of the 2 UAE tankers that was hit. But the UAE said, well, that the tankers that were hit were going through the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz, and this is outside the Strait of Hormuz here. But apparently what happened is the one we knew about last night from the UK MTO, this was the third one. This was not one of the 2 that the UAE talked about in their announcement. So this one is to the east of the Strait of Hormuz, 40 nautical miles northeast of Khalat, Oman. And then the other 2 that got reported later, after we got off the air, these were the 2 UAE tankers that they had discussed. So the 2 UAE tankers were hit around here. You can see where the marker is there. That's the Strait of Hormuz, right near Oman, southern side. That was one of them. And then the other one was roughly the same place. So sorry for the confusion with that. But it looks like, again, yesterday, or earlier today, report date July 13th, yesterday, 3 different tankers that were on the southern coast, either having in the Strait of Hormuz or exiting the Strait of Hormuz, it looks like, I believe. That's what it looks like with this one. I'm not sure, though. Were hit. 3 different tankers off the coast of Oman were hit yesterday. 3 of them. And again, I mentioned to you that that Kuwait reported that one of their Navy ships had been hit by Iran, and four people on it were injured. So we don't have live feeds of the Strait of Hormuz or the coast of Oman. It can be hard to get information out, but things are very active there, as you can see. With all these reports of ships being hit. Give me one moment here. Sarah Louise says this is America's fault. Grounding Knowledge says it is open today. I'll have to wait and see the reports later on about how many ships went through. There's lots of reporting, including from, I believe, the ship tracking experts, that say that when ships have been going through and they don't take the Iranian route, they don't have their navigation transponders or whatever it's called on. They turn off their tracking. So this right here is, I'll show you. This is the current marine traffic, but I don't expect to see on marine traffic, if ships are going through, I don't really expect to see many going through because, at least while they're going through, because they would have their, in theory, have their location identification turned off. So I don't know how many ships are going through. I don't know. And the only thing that's, I mean, what's changed is that the U.S., remember, the U.S. has started a blockade today of Iran, ships going to and from Iran. But there have been many, a number of ships in the recent weeks, including at least 3 tankers yesterday, attacked by Iran. So I don't know that ships are going to be lining up, even though the U.S. says it's open and the U.S. wants ships to go through. I don't know that a lot of ships are going to want to take that risk to go through, because ships are actively being attacked. Asif says Iran doesn't need to have their tracking on to see them. Well, apparently they don't need to, because they have attacked a number of ships that were taking the southern route and apparently didn't have their tracking on. Although for all I know, it makes it harder for them. I don't know. My guess is that if it was useless, it wouldn't be done. So I assume there's some sort of benefit or safety, at least in terms of probability benefit, to ships to turning off their tracking. But I'm not sure. I'm not a shipping expert. But yeah, clear. I mean, they have repeatedly attacked ships that have gone through the non-Iranian approved route in the Strait of Hormuz, reportedly with their tracking off. Hey, by the way, I do want to say a quick thanks to Joe Seals. Joe, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. It's Joe Seals. Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Also, Kirk Whipple, thanks for being a member. And Prep Mom, thanks for the gift membership. Also, Dr. Eathbane, or Dreethbane. Thanks so much, Dreethbane, for your support. Thanks, Sabra, for the memberships. Thank you, Sabra. Thomas PO419 gave another membership. A bunch more, 6 more memberships. Thank you, Thomas, for all the memberships. That's really nice of you. J.S. Morley, thank you. Thanks for being a member. Thank you, Nub Bud. Nub Bud says, highly productive conversations with Middle East countries seems to mean, hey, I had a thought a few minutes ago. Commenting on President Trump's post. Thank you, Nub Bud, for your support. Give me a second here. All right, so the last report, I haven't heard of any new, there haven't been new attacks reported so far that I've seen. And I haven't seen everything. The UK MTO has not reported new attacks since the 3 tankers were attacked off the Omani coast yesterday. Commercial ships. So we'll have to see if we hear more about that. We might hear about more. Hold on a second. There may be more updates coming here. Hang on. New report of Keshem Island struck by the U.S. New report. This is from IRNA. Enemy projectile hits Keshem Island at 12:10. That would be 14 minutes ago. A location on Keshem Island was struck. Oops. A location on Keshem Island was struck by projectiles fired by the American enemy. News strikes reported on Keshem Island just about 15 minutes ago. Supposedly they happened. That's from IRNA, state media. I will show you where that is. But that is next to the Strait of Hormuz, Keshem Island. So strikes ongoing, apparently. Give me a moment here. I will get it on the screen for you. This is the 4th straight night of U.S. strikes on Iran. So there is Iran up here. There's the Strait of Hormuz. And Keshem Island is right here. That's Keshem Island. So new strikes reported apparently just about 15 minutes ago on Keshem Island. Of course, U.S. striking Iran means we should expect to see Iran firing missiles and drones at other countries in the region afterwards. Thomas Wiley says, I'm sure that won't be the last tonight. Dwight Sornberger says, beach is closed. Fireforge says, why do we keep repeating the same strikes every night? Elizabeth Ely, there's been no reporting that the U.S. has tried to hit Pickaxe Mountain, which is a reported nuclear facility in Iran that they have been working on deep under a mountain range that President Trump suggested yesterday the U.S. might go after soon. I did want to mention something real quick that, give me a moment. So I know some of you probably heard this, but since we covered that shooting, the ICE shooting in Maine, where an ICE agent shot and killed a man in a car who they had been involved in an attempted traffic stop with, I believe it was. This came out today. ICE halts most traffic stops in wake of Maine fatal shooting, sources say. This was being reported by multiple outlets. This is from Reuters. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement told officers today to suspend most vehicle stops around the country, 2 sources briefed on the matter said, after agents fatally shot 2 men 6 days apart during vehicle stops in Texas and Maine. The policy shift came 1 day after an ICE officer killed a driver in the coastal Maine town of Biddeford. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security released a statement nearly 12 hours after the shooting, asserting that the officer, fearing for public safety, opened fire when the driver attempted to flee. Officials have not explained how the driver might have posed a threat to the public or whether that would justify the shooting. According to ICE policy, officers may use deadly force only when there is imminent danger of serious bodily injury to the death. According to ICE policy, officers may use deadly force only when there is imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death to the officer or to another person, and is not authorized solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. There is not any public video showing the moment of the shooting itself. Senator Angus King of Maine told reporters the agents were not wearing body cameras. DHS said that the agents were surveilling the last known address of someone with a final order of removal from the country. When someone, apparently a different person, departed the residence, the officers followed the car. DHS Secretary Mark Wade Mullen told Angus King that the man killed was not the target of the operation, according to a spokesman for Angus King. Immigration advocates said the person shot was a 26-year-old man from Colombia who was authorized to work in the U.S. According to the Portland Press-Herald, the man killed, Johann Sebastian Duran, grew up in Colombia, had a partner and young daughter, and worked 2 jobs, including as a food delivery driver in the U.S., the Portland Press-Herald said. Nearby residents told the newspaper that his partner and daughter witnessed the aftermath of the shooting and could be heard crying in the street. Anyways, this is not the focus of our coverage today, but I did want to mention this report that multiple outlets are reporting that ICE has halted most traffic stops in the wake of the Maine fatal shooting. And also, I do want to mention Bill Malugin of Fox News had a similar report about this story, because we were talking about the story yesterday, so I want to do an update on it. Bill had reported that per multiple federal sources to Fox News, ICE has been instructed to immediately cease most vehicle stops during immigration enforcement operations nationwide, except for operations targeting the most egregious criminal aliens. This comes after 2 people were killed by ICE shootings in Texas and Maine in the last week, in incidents that began as vehicle stops. He said, "I'm told this will be temporary until ICE officers receive new training in vehicle stops. The policy change will have significant impacts, as many of ICE's arrests begin as vehicle stops when they find and follow a target, as we've witnessed on multiple embeds." Bill Malugin of Fox also reports that a couple things here. Bill says Tom Homan said live on Fox News, Tom Homan, the immigration, I believe he's the immigration czar. Is that the title of Tom Homan for the Trump administration? Border czar. Tom Homan said live on Fox News that this is just going to be a short-term pause, a short-term review, and he doesn't believe it will greatly affect arrest numbers. He says ICE agents still have other options, including arresting targets before they get in a 2,000-pound weapon or after they get out of it. So Tom Homan calls this a short-term pause. Also, Bill Malugin from Fox News said, in speaking with numerous ICE sources today, most are expressing frustration at the temporary change in traffic stop policy. Most are expressing frustration this will cause their arrest numbers to fall off a cliff, while in effect, a large majority of their arrests involve traffic stops. They will now largely have to rely on court arrests, detainer transfers, USCIS interviews, or consensual encounters / roving patrols on foot to make arrests in bigger numbers. Bill says that ICE prefers to target people in their vehicles instead of their homes because homes require a judicial warrant to enter, and vehicles are considered safer. Someone can run into a home and grab a weapon, etc., and targets can be followed to public areas where warrants aren't required. Bill says, in all of the ICE embeds I've done over the years, I would say 90% plus of the targets were arrested in vehicle stops, though they were egregious aliens, murderers, rapists, etc., and those vehicle stops are still allowed to continue for now. This will have a bigger impact on targets in the U.S. illegally who have committed no other crimes. Some informative reporting there from Bill Malugin of Fox. You can follow Bill if you want it at Bill Malugin _. Hold on. there. At Bill Malugin _ So again, we're not focusing on that today, but I did want to update you. Hoagie says, if they are indeed bad guys, just get a damn warrant. Hang on a second here. Rick Sanchez says, in Iran, this is another unending war. Weston Brewster says, get them out, get them out. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. By the way, it's possible that, did I have this? I don't see it there. I was thinking maybe I had video of Tom Homan speaking that we can watch later. Let me check this real quick. I don't think I do. James G says, but couldn't they have a weapon in their car? A couple of our viewers are mentioning a story coming out of Florida, supposedly. Yes, I'm seeing that right here. Hold on. I hadn't heard about this. Thanks for mentioning it in the chat. Man fleeing immigration officers in Florida is struck and killed by tractor trailer. Well, now this does not seem like a case where somebody was shot by, seems like a bit of a different case. A man running from an encounter with ICE, immigration, and other federal agents in Florida was struck and killed by a tractor trailer. The 28-year-old was among 4 occupants of a vehicle that was stopped in the parking lot of a gas station this morning in St. Augustine. Florida Highway Patrol Sergeant Dylan Bryan said the 4 fled on foot, with one darting across a busy road into the path of the semi. I mean, this seems like a quite different. I feel terrible that the man is dead, but this seems like a quite different incident than the one in Houston a week ago and the one in Maine, which I think was yesterday or the day before, given that the man apparently was killed when he ran away from federal officers and tried to cross ran across a busy street and was hit by a semi-truck. So no one's saying that ICE or Homeland Security inflicted any violence on this person. I mean, it's a sad story. It's quite a sad story. All right, let's try to get you some more Iran updates here. Explosions heard, new explosions reported in Iran as the U.S. carries out strikes for a fourth straight night. Explosions heard in Boompur and Chabahar. Details remain unclear. Local sources have reported hearing several explosions in the cities of Boompur and Chabahar in Sistan and Baluchistan province. The exact location of these explosions and their cause are unknown. This is from Mer News. It is expected that more details about this incident will become clear upon the release of information from official sources. Let me show you on a map where that is. And Boompur, I don't know if Boompur is like a misspelling. Sometimes the spellings are different here than on the map. So Chabahar is to the east of the Strait of Hormuz. There's Chabahar right there. Where's Boompur? Oh, maybe Bampur? Maybe it's Bampur. Yes. There is a Bampur in the same province. But that's up here. So again, we're talking about east. Bampur is up here. Not even on the coast. In the southeast of Iran. Bampur is there. And then Chabahar is down here. I think Chabahar is in the same province. Yeah, Chabahar is in the same province. Okay, so we'll see what we hear about that. So that's new reporting that just came out from Mer News. Roy says Iran is smoking hot. I mean, we're hearing about a bunch of strikes. Our viewer Jack Liga Videos thinks today is Karg Island Day. NIC says we're going to be playing war with Iran for the next 5 years if society even lasts that long. All right, give me a moment. Oh, new reporting from Vahid. Vahid Online on Telegram says that he got a bunch of messages about explosions in Avaz, but he also received multiple reports from the Tehran-Qom highway. He says that people on the highway heard an explosion near Imam Khomeini Airport. People near Imam Khomeini Airport heard an explosion. Unconfirmed what happened there. He just posted that a couple minutes ago. See what else we're hearing. Breaking news. Air defense systems around the Bushehr nuclear power plant have been activated. Wow. I can't imagine the U.S. would want to strike anywhere, strike close to the Bushehr nuclear power plant. But this is Iran State Media Mer. Breaking. Air defense systems around the Bushehr nuclear power plant have been activated. Bushehr is it's on the coast of the Persian Gulf, to the west of the Strait of Hormuz. That's the one civilian nuclear power plant that is active in Iran. Bushehr right there. See, it says Bushehr. The plant is it north or south? I thought it was down here somewhere. You can actually look at it in Google Maps. There it is, Bushehr nuclear power plant, right there. So again, Mer News reports air defense systems around the Bushehr nuclear power plant have been activated. Field investigations indicate that air defense systems surrounding the Bushehr nuclear power plant were activated a short time ago. No official statements have been made regarding this matter so far. New explosion reported on Hangam Island. Look, explosion heard on Hangam Island. This is from Iran State Media IRNA. A few minutes ago, an explosion on Hangam Island was struck by projectiles fired by the American enemy. Where is that? Hangam Island is here. It's next to Keshem Island. Look, there's Keshem, and there is Hangam, right next to the Strait of Hormuz. Hangam Island. Not much obvious on there. Interesting. Not much obviously on. I mean, there's stuff on there. There's buildings on there and stuff. Hangam Island. Island with beaches of glittery sand, dolphins playing in turquoise water, and markets for handicrafts, says Google. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a significant military presence on that island now. But there it is. Oops, sorry. Hold on. Hang on. That's from IRNA, Iran State Media IRNA. So we've heard about a bunch of some new strikes just in the last few minutes. Just in the last few minutes, we're hearing about new strikes. That's in addition to Vahid saying that also we heard about a claim from Iranian state media that that air defense had been activated around the Bushehr nuclear power plant. Also, Vahid Online said one or more explosions were heard from the highway near the airport, near Imam Khomeini Airport. I'll show you where that is. There's Imam Khomeini Airport. That's up close to, that's near Tehran. See, right there? There's the airport, outside of Tehran. And there's Tehran, and there's Qom. Is it Qom or Qum? Qom. I have to look it up. It's probably not even Qom. It's probably Gom, or I think it might be Gom or something. What's happening here? Gom. That's according to Wikipedia. So people on the highway between that airport and Gom is here, near Iran, have heard some sort of explosion sound. Several people said they heard an explosion and felt a tremor. He said he received several reports from people. I'm trying to get this right. Vahid says he received several reports from people near the Imam Khomeini Airport outside of Tehran that they heard an explosion and felt a tremor. Heard an explosion and felt a tremor. He posted that about 12 minutes ago. Bobby Newman says, I wonder how many we don't hear about. Explosion in Bandar Abbas. Look at this. We're hearing about all these explosions now. Erna, another explosion in Bandar Abbas. A few minutes ago, another location in Bandar Abbas was hit. So we've heard about, in the last 15 minutes or so, we've heard about a bunch of different explosions. Hectate thinks there are more attacks today than yesterday. We'll have to see. I'm not sure. Justin D. Winter says it's a busy night. One of our viewers had mentioned Imam Khomeini Airport. There's no reporting that anything had impacted the airport. Just Vahid said that he had received several reports from people on the highway outside of the airport that they heard an explosion and felt a tremor. Now, I'm looking right here at, that's Mehrabad Airport. Where's Khomeini Airport? There is Khomeini Airport right there. You can see it's outside of Tehran. And that plane hasn't taken off. That plane is supposed to land, I guess, at Khomeini Airport shortly. Well, in 5 minutes, and it's not turning or anything. So, and then this plane, no, that wasn't related. So I do see this plane, and it's not circling. It seems to be heading towards the airport. Right there. That's from Flight Radar 24. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that. So we're hearing about in recent minutes a bunch of new explosions. Now, this is interesting. After Iranian state media reported about one or more explosions in Chabahar, yes, Mehr News had said explosions heard in Chabahar. Now we have a different Iranian state media channel. Tasnim says denial of any explosion in Chabahar. Following reports of an explosion being heard in Chabahar, a Tasnim news agency reporter followed up on the matter with local sources, security officials, and law enforcement authorities. While denying any explosion in the area, it was stated the region is currently calm and people should follow up on any news from official sources. I don't know what to make of that. JD63 says to deny. Lola Guacamole thinks that's BS. All right, give me a moment here. Maybe we'll take a look. President Trump did an appearance earlier today, which maybe we'll look at a little later, where he was meeting with the Prime Minister of Iraq. So we might look at that in a little bit. Give me a quick second here. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage, the latest developments in the Iran war. Oh, what's this? Hang on, I just saw something. I'm seeing a report that the U.S. House passed a bill to make daylight savings time permanent, which now heads to the Senate. The bill now heads to the Senate, where its future is unclear, said CBS News. In May, President Trump said he would sign it into law if it makes it to his desk. Let me show you something about that again. Hold on. Here, again, this is not about Iran, but real quick. House passes Trump's plan to make daylight saving time permanent. Washington Post says. The House voted today to end Americans' practice of switching their clocks twice a year. Now, the Senate has to pass it, which they have not. We'll see if they do. Delivering a win for President Trump, who has called for permanent daylight saving time over the objections of medical groups and lawmakers who represent Midwestern states. The bill passed by a lopsided 308-117 vote in the House, but still needs to clear the Senate, where its prospects are uncertain to take effect. The Sunshine Protection Act would stop the annual practice of springing forward and falling back by placing most of the country permanently on daylight saving time, with an exemption for the few places that are on year-round standard time and already don't change their clocks. That change would delay sunrises. It would delay late December sunrises in the Washington region from about 7:30 a.m. to about 8:30 a.m., but also push sunset from roughly 4:45 to 5:45. Where I'm in Boston, it would be similar. That we would have the basic idea is you would not turn your clocks back for the winter months, right? Other parts of the country would see similar effects, although the specific impact would vary by longitude and latitude. The legislation has been championed in both House and Senate by bipartisan members, disproportionately from southern and coastal states, who argue it would allow Americans to enjoy more outdoor afternoon and evening activities during the winter. It has also drawn support from golf course operators who say the extra hour of daylight in the evenings would notably boost their business. The legislation would allow states to opt out of permanent daylight saving time and remain on year-round standard time if they make the change before the legislation takes effect. Interesting. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine and other medical groups have said that year-round daylight saving time does not align with humans' natural circadian rhythms, and that year-round standard time would be preferable. Some lawmakers have also said the status quo provides the best balance for all states, and that year-round daylight saving time would inconvenience people who live in the center of the country by pushing local sunrises beyond 9 a.m. in the middle of winter. Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas, a staunch Trump supporter, vowed last year he would always oppose efforts for year-round daylight saving time. Several lawmakers have predicted the Trump Act bill will backfire. Congress in the early 1970s enacted year-round daylight saving time, but the change quickly became unpopular, particularly with parents complaining about their children waiting in the dark for school buses to arrive, and was repealed yet less than a year later. I did not know that. Trump, a Florida resident who owns golf courses, has repeatedly vowed to end the practice of switching clocks back and forth, calling it wasteful. In May, Trump wrote on Truth Social, "We are going with the far more popular alternative, saving daylight, which gives you a longer, brighter day. And who can be against that? This is an easy one." Disagreements on how Americans should set their clocks tend to fall along a geographical divide, not a political one. Interesting. Just 12% of Americans favor the current system, according to an AP NORC poll conducted in October 2025. Another 47% oppose it, and the remainder say they were neither opposed or in favor. There's little consensus on what to adopt instead, while 56% of Americans said they would prefer year-round daylight saving time. With more light in the evening and less in the morning, 42% want year-round standard time with more light in the morning and less at night, that poll found. Anyway, so just an update. Again, it's not about Iran, but I know we have a number of American viewers, so I wanted to mention this. Again, this just a few minutes ago, this came out that the House has passed the bill to make daylight saving time permanent. President Trump has said he signed it. Now, what's the Senate going to do? A poll? Maybe we'll do it. We haven't done a poll in a while. Maybe we'll do a poll on this. Then we're going to go back to Iran right now, though. Give me. I'm going to take a few comments though too. Oh, Paula says, just leave it one way or the other. We will adjust. Should the U.S. make daylight saving time permanent? So what I'm asking is, should the clocks always be set forward? So in the winter months, those, 4 months, the clock, sunrise would be later, but sunset would be later. Oh, I'll do yes, no, and don't care. All right, we'll do a poll with don't care. We never do that, but I'll do it for this one. Hold on, I got to get back to Iran. I did want to update you on that. I know we have a bunch of viewers who care about that. I mean, for people who live in the U.S. in some areas, where I live, it would be a big deal. I live in Boston. It gets dark a lot earlier in the winter, so it would be a change for people. Hold on, I just got to post it on Facebook. Then we'll get back to Iran stuff. Thanks for your patience. People who don't care, thanks for your patience. Okay, I just have to post this over on Facebook. I'm going to show you what people are saying too. You know, once in a while, we bring up another story. If there's an interesting story, we show it and talk about it a little bit, even if it's not the main topic. Okay, the poll is active, and let me just show you the poll results. Okay, here we go. We have, here are the results for our poll about daylight saving time. Oh, a lot of people voted in the poll. A lot of people did care. Okay, on YouTube, 57% said the U.S. should make daylight saving time permanent and go with the hour later sunset in the winter and the hour later sunrise. Although, yeah, exactly, because it's, I mean, it'd be exactly an hour later because the clock would move an hour. Okay, we wouldn't be switching it in the winter. All right, that's on YouTube. How about on Facebook right now? 52% say yes, 26% say no, and 22% say don't care. Actually, now on Facebook, it's 60% yes, 17% no, 23% don't care. It's very similar to YouTube over there on Facebook. And how about Twitch? What did Twitch have to say? Twitch right now is at 50% yes, 24% no, 26% don't care. Interesting. We got a lot of different views in the chat on this. Chris N says, fall back and leave it alone. Saved and Sealed Fellowship says, abolish it completely. Tash Haley says, early sunset. JC says, leave the clocks alone. Fem SY says, switching clocks is unnatural. I got to be agenda free about this. Oops, I messed something up here. What did I mess up? How did something happen with the Twitch? The Twitch one, something got switched. Oh, I think I see what happened with Twitch. All right, we got to get back to Iran. But I did want to give this, I wanted to mention this story. So we'll have to see what the Senate does now that the House has passed the bill that Trump supports to make daylight saving time permanent and not switch the clocks back in winter. All right, so thanks. A lot of people voting in the poll. So final results before I end it: 59% yes, 19% no, 22% don't care on Facebook, on YouTube, I mean, and on Twitch, 51% yes, 23% no, 25% don't care. Okay. "3D Stepperson says, please stop this clock changing also for Europe." Hold on. And also on Facebook, the vote was 56% yes, 22% no, 23% don't care. Thanks for voting in our poll. Now what I need to do is get back to Iran. Hey, by the way, thank you so much to Israel Bishop for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Israel. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Renee Lorraine, for your support. Thank you. Wes Downer thinks the whole point of having a strong military is to deter war. Thus, kinetic warfare generally makes military stocks go down because deterrence has failed. That's what Wes Downer thinks. Thank you, Wes Downer, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Kerry Poteet, for being a member. Thank you to JD63 for being a member. Rovi Hughes Music for being a member. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thanks for your support. Anon Cognito for being a member, who says day 4 of forever. Stephen Kingett, thank you so much, Stephen Kingett, for your support. Thanks, Mad Million, for your support as well. Thanks, Hell of a Time, for your support. Yeah, we talked about Pickaxe Mountain earlier. We've talked about it numerous times. Quick summary: Pickaxe Mountain is reportedly an Iranian nuclear facility they've been working on for years near another nuclear facility that the U.S. attacked last year. Pickaxe Mountain is built under a mountain, and Trump yesterday said the U.S. might launch some sort of strike on Pickaxe Mountain. Thank you so much. Hell of a time. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Jennifer Taylor, for the memberships. Thank you, Jennifer Taylor. Hell of a time. Thanks for 10 more memberships from Hell of a Time. That's really nice of you, Hell of a Time 77. Thanks, Infinite Possibilities, our member. And also thank you to Firestar the for the bits, who says, I don't care about the time. I just don't want to go to war with Iran or continued war with Iran. Thanks, Guer King, for subscribing, and Hayen New 3 for subscribing on Twitch, and HR Puffin Stuff for subscribing, and also Guy from the 207 for your support over there on Twitch, and Recovering Too Slow for subscribing. Also, Adam Isn't gave 5 people subs over there on Twitch. Thanks, Adam Isn't. Hang on a moment here. And tenfold thanks for subscribing on Twitch as well. All right, let's get back to Iran and see what's being newly reported over there. There were a number of strikes reported in Iran. Hold on a second. Before we started talking about the daylight saving time news. We had heard some reports about, heard a report from Iranian state media about explosions in Bampur, Iran, which is inland, it's not on the coast, in the southeast of the country. Vahid Online, who I follow, who gives some reports from Iran, he says new videos have emerged showing attacks and powerful explosions in the vicinity of the 388th Iranian Army Brigade in the Bampur region. I don't know if their facilities are being attacked or not. One report said there were at least 8 powerful explosions. Here we have a new statement. Well, Mer News just posted a statement by the Iranian army. Here is a statement from the Iranian army with a video. They posted a video too. Here is the statement from Iranian state media, Mer News. Oh, new explosions. Hold on. First of all, new explosions heard in the waters. New explosions heard in the eastern area, in the waters off the coast of eastern Hormuzgan and Sirik. That's Strait of Hormuz, basically, area. Okay, on Wednesday morning, several explosions were heard from a distance from the city of Sirik. It appears the explosions are related to exchanges of fire occurring in the waters of the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my gosh. The city of Sirik is located at the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz, and in recent days, fishing ports and communication towers in this area have been targeted by enemy attacks. So, wow, look at this report again from Mer News at the bottom there. Iran State Media Mer. Reports new explosions related to exchanges of fire. They said explosions heard in the waters off of eastern Hormuzgan and Sirik. It appears the explosions are related to exchanges of fire and clashes occurring in the waters of the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz. Wow. So that's like the whole southern, all the water off the whole southern coast. That you have the Strait of Hormuz, the Sea of Oman, and the Persian Gulf. Let me show you where this is. So there is Persian Gulf. I think they meant the Gulf of Oman, by the way, not Sea of Oman. Might be a bad translation. Gulf of Oman, Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz. And the Post said, explosions heard, what was the exact post? In the waters off the coast of eastern Hormozgan in Sirik. Now, Sirik is here. There's Sirik right there. They say it appears the explosions are related to exchanges of fire and clashes occurring in the waters of the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and I believe they meant to say the Gulf of Oman. Oh, so thanks, Ben Lindsay. Completely forgot. I mean, we've talked about this earlier in the stream. But remember also, as Ben Lindsay reminded me, and is in the title of the broadcast, the blockade resumed on ships going to and from Iran at 4 p.m. Eastern, less than 2 hours ago. I don't know if any of these reports of sounds of clashes in the water are related to the blockade starting again. Wow. Now, let me just point out also that Iran state media has released a statement from the Iranian army, including a video, where, if I can get this on the screen for you, oops. You know what? I'm going to have to do this a different way. I'll show you the video in a second. U.S. bases in the region targeted by drone attacks from the army. In the 7th phase of the Thunder operation, the Iranian army says, and following the devastating drone attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran's army against U.S. bases in the region, an hour ago, the location where F-18 fighter jets are stationed, the accommodation building, and a large warehouse containing equipment belonging to the U.S. terrorist army at the Al-Azraq base in Jordan were attacked, targeted by attack drones. So Iran says that about an hour ago, they fired drones at U.S. targets at a base in Jordan. The soldiers of the nation in the Islamic Republic of Iran's army will undoubtedly solidify the important lesson and strategic message of the late leader of the revolution for the enemy, that the era of tit for tat is over, and that any action against the land, water, and sky of this historic country will not go unanswered and will incur a commensurate cost. Since the beginning of the U.S.'s violation of agreements and ceasefires and its brutal attacks against areas of our country, the Islamic Republic of Iran's army has carried out 6 phases of drone operations against U.S. terrorist army bases and centers in the region, and these operations will continue until the ultimate victory is achieved. And let me show you, they posted a video here too. Here's the video they posted of, I guess, drones being fired. See that there? That's video from the Iranian army. It's 10 seconds long. Oh! It's also extraordinarily loud. Very loud video. It's so loud. Can I make it less loud? I have it like on like almost the lowest volume setting. Anyways, that's the video that they put out. Now, I guess those are drone launches. I mean, they say this is a, I mean, they look like, well, I mean, that looks like maybe a drone. Some of them look like missiles, but the story's about drones. Maybe it's all drones. I don't know. I'm not a military expert. Sorry about the sound. But remember, I do want to call your attention to, again, Iran state media just moments ago said that explosions were heard in the waters off the coast of eastern Hormozgan in Syria, and it appears the explosions are related to exchanges of fire and clashes occurring in the waters of the Persian Gulf, the Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz. Tighten Up thinks those weren't drone launches in the video. I don't know. C. Serwin thinks it's old footage. Oh, update from Bushehr, where there is a nuclear power plant. One of the Iranian state media outlets had said like a half an hour ago that there was air defense activated around the nuclear power plant. Here is an update for you from IRNA State Media Iran. Air defense systems activated in the city of Bushehr. The governor of Bushehr stated moments ago, this is about 20 minutes ago, air defense systems were activated in this city. The governor said the cause of the activation is currently under investigation. So far, no casualties have been reported. Talking about Bushehr, which has the only civilian nuclear power plant. There's Bushehr there. So there's the city and then there's the plant. The plant is somewhere down here. Where's the plant? There? I can never eyeball it and find it. I always have to search for it. I can't figure it out. Where is it? How far down is it? There. There? Bushehr Nuclear Power Plant. There you go. So the power plant itself is about maybe a few miles from the city. What, about 5 miles from the city or so? City is up here. So what is going on with this report from Iran of clashes in the water? We'll have to see what we're hearing about that. I don't know. All right, give me a moment here. We normally, the last few days, I mean, while there could be clashes on the water, we don't really hear it reported in Iranian state media. So it's interesting to see them reporting that. We're bringing you the latest updates here. Appreciate you being here. I want to shout out our moderators. Thank you so much for moderating. Ruth and Roberts May Queen are moderating over on YouTube right now. Beth Mythical as well. Thank you so much for doing that. Also, our Twitch moderators, big thank you. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you so much. Our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you for being there. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for being a subscriber. And Facebook's a little messed up today. Surprise, surprise. Jai Levy, our viewer, thinks that the reports of explosions in the water the reports of clashes on the water sounds like an escalation. That's what Jai Levy says. And give me a moment. Hey, a quick thanks, by the way. H6 GOP Forever gave 50 memberships. 50 memberships to people in the YouTube chat. That is so generous of H6. If H6 gave you a membership, please thank H6. That is so generous of you. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Also, Hell of a Time gave 10 memberships. I think I might have said this before, but thanks again, Hell of a Time. Oh, no, 10 more memberships from Hell of a Time 77. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Hell of a Time. Also, Echo Park Mom, thanks for being a member. Weasel Man, thank you for being a member. Renee Denmark, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Lord H.P. Lovecraft, thanks for your support on Twitch. Who Shot JR, thanks for your support on Twitch. It is right now 1:33 a.m. Iran time. 1:33. Sorry, I had the clock off. I'll put it back on some of our shots. We've been hearing about a bunch of strikes in Iran. Oil market check. Not much different than when we last checked. That right there is a one-day chart. Oil up 2% today to 85.15. Brent crude up over 10% in the last couple days. And also WTI crude. Oh, you know what? Right now, they take a break every day with Brent crude. And I think with WTI crude. So Brent crude right now is on a break. They'll be back. I think, is it 1 hour? I'm not sure. But right now it's temporary, they're on breaks. The market's not active right now. But the market is open for after, I think they took maybe an hour break or so for WTI crude. And you can see it's up 0.11%, but the new trading day starts at 6 p.m. So this is TradingView. You're looking at TradingView.com, by the way. TradingView.com. So you can see that's the 5-day chart. A couple days ago, oil was down to below 72. Now it's now WTI crude is up close to 80. But right now it's the new trading day. So it just started there, the new trading day. Brent, we'll see what happens with Brent when it reopens. A new explosion report. Wow, we're hearing about a bunch of explosions, guys. Look at this. This is from Erna. This is in southern Iran. Oops, that's not going to help you. That's not going to help you. Reports of an explosion heard near Hajiabad. Hajiabad in Hormozgan province. Hormozgan is in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. But I got to look up where Hajiabad is. Hajiabad, Iran is here. Oops, you can't see it yet. You'll see it. Yeah, so that actually is not on the coast. It's in southern Iran, but it's not on the coast. Hajiabad. Look at this. So an explosion heard in Hajiabad. I don't know what's being targeted in that area. The capital of Hajiabad County. Give me a moment here. Sorry, I've got a couple things I need to check. Oh, Evelyn in Maine mentioned, I can't confirm this, but the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Esmail Baghai claimed that the list of America's crimes against Iranians grows longer every day, and with each passing day, America reveals a new layer of its enmity towards Iran. In the early hours of Tuesday, the terrorist U.S. military attacked an environmental ranger post, the Iranian government claims, in the village of Sayed Jawzar, Hajiabad County. But that was not now. They said this was in the early hours of Tuesday, which would be yesterday, because right now it's the early hours of Wednesday. They said 3 people died there. 3 members of the Rangers family died. This is merely the latest example of America's heinous war crimes over the past 4.5 months, which began with the assassination of Iranian leaders, children and women and men in Tehran, in Minab, in Lamard, and each new crime only strengthens the Iranian people's resolve to pursue justice, prosecution, and punishment for the perpetrators and masterminds of these atrocities. I cannot confirm this news. This is from the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They claim this was a environmental ranger station, and that 3 members of the ranger died. That's from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Thanks, Evelyn in Maine, for mentioning that. SS sent me a video. Yeah, I had seen that video. There was a video that was floating around claiming to be a video of a tanker that had been partially sunk by Iran, but I couldn't find what the original sourcing for that video was. People were posting it, but I couldn't verify it. I don't know where it came from. So if I'll keep looking around, but it's an unconfirmed video floating around. supposedly showing this tanker that had been partially sunk. RT posted it too. Oh, was it Fars who posted it? Let me see. Yeah, maybe I can find it there. Fortunately, I can't see everything during the day, and sometimes stuff comes up and I miss it when it gets originally posted. Was it Fars? I got to go back and look now. A lot of stuff gets posted. I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to spend that much. I'm not going to make a big research project out of this. So if I can't find it, I can't find it. But thanks. I am aware of it. But again, I'm not sure of the provenance of it. I can't find it right now. Okay, hold on a second here. I was just trying to. In case you missed it, we talked about this earlier, but I did want to mention it again. PW360 had messaged me about it. We talked about it a while back, and we talked about it in the stream. But just in case you missed it, the Kuwaiti army said that, couple things. In their statement today, a few hours ago, about 3 hours ago, among other things, the Kuwaiti army said the Iranian aggression has resulted in the targeting of several vital and civilian facilities in Kuwait, with shrapnel falling in various locations across the country, leading to material damage. Now, as I've said, it seems to me that whenever I'm seeing reports in Gulf countries of damage, they always say interceptions and shrapnel, and they never say direct hits. Now, maybe they do sometimes say direct hits and they miss it. I can't remember it's been, I feel like months since I saw one of the countries in the region say that there was a direct hit and there was damage. But they do often report about damage from purported interceptions or shrapnel. Whatever the case is, they do say here that vital and civilian facilities have been damaged by Iranian attacks. I don't know what facilities those are. They also said, additionally, one of the naval vessels belonging to the Kuwaiti Naval Force was targeted, resulting in injuries to 4 members of the Kuwaiti Armed Forces who received the necessary medical care and treatment. Seems like an important story that they're saying Iran attacked a Kuwaiti ship, injuring Kuwaiti sailors. So I want to let you know if you hadn't seen that. Scott Day, our viewer, says this war is going to last for many more months. Muddy Dog says JD was so close to making a deal he could taste it. Wasn't that long ago there was all this talk of negotiations and making a deal. Breaking update from Tasnim. Oh my gosh, look at this update from Tasnim. Update from Tasnim, state media. Wow. Tasnim state media says, breaking news. Clashes and exchange of fire in the Strait of Hormuz. Hormozgan province governorate. The sounds that are occasionally heard in Bandar Abbas, coastal cities and islands in the Persian Gulf, are related to clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. Currently, there is an ongoing conflict at sea, and there's exchange of fire. Oh my gosh. Wow. Look at this. Ongoing exchange of fire. Gartnett says, so Iran still has a navy? Well, I don't know. This doesn't have to involve, and I assume it doesn't involve like big ships from Iran. You could have small boats or Iran firing drones and missiles, perhaps. I don't know. It's a fair question. But there's something going on. So again, clashes and exchange of fire in the Strait of Hormuz, Hormozgan province governorate, the sounds that are occasionally heard in Bandar Abbas, coastal cities, and islands in the Persian Gulf are related to clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. Currently, there is ongoing conflict at sea, and there is an exchange of fire. What's happening? What's going on? Change the headline. Iran state media reports ongoing clashes in Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know what, usually we don't get reports like this from Iranian state media. That's not a common report we get. So, has something changed? Is it what's going on? It seems like something different than what normally happens. I can't speak to what. Ben Lindsay thinks Blockade is being tested. Again, I don't know that Iran has any kind of large ships they have or would even bother putting out there, but something is going on. Kev Sofun says it makes it sound like boats are firing at each other. I mean, we could be talking about drones or missiles or mines on the Iranian side, small boats. I don't know. You could have fire coming from land at boats. But again, it does say at sea, so I don't know what's happening. Texas Frontier said Trump taking the gloves off after informing Congress. Why is there credibility given to Iran-sponsored media? Because I find them quite credible when they talk about what's going on in Iran. You need to distinguish between what they're talking about. When they're talking about explosions and fighting going on in Iran. I find them credible on that. Um, um, it does not do Iran state media much good to report about how the U.S. is attacking Iran. I'm sure they don't, in a perfect world, they wouldn't feel like they need to report on that. So there's not like to me, there's not a huge motivation to report about how the U.S. is attacking them and there's explosions in Iran. And very regularly, when they talk about U.S. attacks on Iran, those reports end up getting corroborated. So when it comes to Iran saying things about places in Iran that have been hit, explosions in Iran that have happened, fighting between Iran and the U.S., generally speaking, those turns out to be reliable. Now, if Iran starts making claims about we sunk a U.S. aircraft carrier, well, they make claims about how well their military is doing inflicting damage. Those often turn out to be false. But you need to it's possible for a source to be reliable with one kind of information, but unreliable with another kind of information. So to say, well, you're giving them credence, you're believing what they have to say, well, that implies that they're equally reliable on everything they have to say, but that's not what I'm saying. You need to distinguish. And in the case of Iran state media, they tend to be much more reliable when talking about certain types of things, specifically military confrontation with the U.S. and in the sense of reporting clashes and reporting the fact of clashes and reporting damage in Iran than other things. So yes, I am considering them a reliable indicator of what's going on when they talk about certain things. Okay, now what I'm going to do is get that clipped. And I get that comment a lot, but again, it's possible for a source to be reliable about some kind of things and not reliable about other kinds of things. Now let me get on the screen for you something. Hang on a moment. Just hang on a second here. Okay, now put that up there. Do we have any new reporting? Update. Look at this from Mayor State Media. Mayor State Media. Check it out. No, that's not it. Oh, I just saw something too. But this says clashes and gunfire in the Strait of Hormuz. So, say a similar report from Mayor State Media, Ron. Clashes and gunfire in the Strait of Hormuz, the sounds that are occasionally heard in Bandar Abbas, coastal cities and islands in the Persian Gulf, are related to clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. That's, again, quoting the same official, the governorate, quoting the local government there in southern Iran. But they also say, give me a moment, I just saw some report about Trump saying something on Fox News. Is that new or not? Hold on. AFP says Trump threatens to hit power plants next week if no deal. All right, hold on a second here. Let me just get this on the screen for you. Well, I'm looking for this. Apparently, Trump made these comments recently. Did he post on True Social? I saw some claims that he spoke to Fox News. I don't see anything new on True Social. Maybe Fox has a report about it. Let's see. I'm looking at Fox News right now. They don't have anything posted about it. Larry Fowle says he did a sit-down interview. Did they run it? Or have they been talking about it? It's weird. I'm not seeing that much about it. Maybe I can rewind. Was it on Fox in like 15 minutes ago or something? Oh, Rapid Response 47 posted about it. I didn't see that. Did they? It's a Trey Yingst. Yeah, I saw it today. Yes, it was on his schedule, I believe, that he was supposed to do an interview with Trey Yingst today. Thanks for people in the chat who are mentioning this. I'd forgotten about that. Yes, at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 2 hours ago, he was scheduled to do an interview with Trey Yingst of Fox News. So some of our viewers are saying that they've been posting clips about it, clips of it. Now, Trey has not himself posted about it. Trey said that it's going to run tonight on Fox News, I guess the whole interview. But yes, they're posting clips on Fox News. I mean, on Rapid Response 47. But did they post the one on Rapid Response 47 about the power plants? They did say, President Trump did say, you can see here from Rapid Response 47. I don't own the rights to the clip from Fox News. President Trump said, Trump on Iran's Pickaxe Mountain. We're looking at Pickaxe because somebody said there's a little activity. We have cameras. They can read your name in a badge from space and every area of Pickaxe. If they make any move, we'll immediately go and do whatever we have to do. Pickaxe is a reported nuclear facility Iran has been working on up under a mountain for years. Oh, here it is. Hey guys, look. Here is President Trump again talking about the power plants. President Trump on Iran. We're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. We're going to knock out all of their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. There you go. President Trump again saying, once again, we're going to knock out all their power plants and all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. Some of our viewers are saying Groundhog Day. Robert Kennedy says definitely time to do it. Not a cat lady says empty threats. Ferryman says I've seen this episode before. Chucky T. Plague says back to square one. Claudiot says here we are again. Bobby Newman says works for me. Reese says that's a leader. So there you go. Once again, President Trump saying we're going to knock out all their power plants and we're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. All right, so we got that update. Oh, so President Trump also, I'm watching a clip posted by Fox News by Special Report with Brett Baer. President Trump said, I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy targets. Yes, we're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week it gets really bad. Next week, it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. All right, hold on. I just want to show you this. So I don't have the rights to the video, but I'm looking at the captions here. Okay, look. He says, Trey Yingst, are you considering hitting energy targets or other locations inside of Iran? Trump, I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy hard tonight. Ultimately, we're going to hit them. We're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week gets really bad. He says, next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all of their power plants. We'll knock out all of their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. That's from the Fox News issue coming on tonight and a clip that Special Report posted. Merciless Heart said, did he say 2 weeks again? Alabama fan says, should have been done long ago. Should have been done long ago. I'd like to get an exact quote on that. Give me a moment here. So President Trump saying next week comes the power plants and the bridges. Can I do this here? Let's see.
Moment before February 20.
Trying to listen for a second here. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Wrong place. Hold on a second here. So he said next week it gets really bad for them. Trying to just post this. He said, Next week, it gets really bad for them. Then what did he say next? Because next week, comes the power plants, next week comes the bridges. And he says, hold on. He says, we're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges. Unless they get to the table and negotiate. That's the quote. Okay.
The Iranians, the power plants, next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all that power.
All right. So so President Trump says next week. Basically, it sounds like a new deadline of next week. All right. So just to go over this, President Trump in an interview with Fox News today said, I'm going to read you the quote. I just listened to it so I could get the quote exactly right. President Trump says, next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. All right, so I just wanted to let you know that that was going on. Caleb says memorandum of understanding. Hate Luzin says ball is in Iran's court. Alan Nonetry says another bluff. Miss Link says, hey, so we have a schedule. User says, what day next week? All right, hold on a moment. Give me a moment here. Let's try to get you some more updates. Hey, thank you so much to producer Nico. Producer Nico thinks if we could, we would have done so already. We would have already. Thanks also, least trustworthy Weasel, for your support. Thank you, Sabra, for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Sabra. Please thank Sabra or somebody else if you got a gift membership or gift subscription from them. Thanks, ICUer M916, for being a member. Thanks, Dave Bach, who says there's a Boeing E3 Sentry inbound on Flight Radar. I will check Flight Radar in a minute. Thanks to Jermaine Morgan, our member, who says they have claimed it was clashes at sea before. Yeah, I'm not saying they have never claimed this, Jermaine Morgan, but usually we do not see these kind of reports about clashes at sea. That's not a normal thing. So I do think it's significant that they are posting this. Certainly, for the last, I think this is probably the 8th or 9th time there has been strikes by the U.S. in the last 3 weeks or so, and I don't remember a single time during that the state media of Iran posted reports like this of these ongoing clashes at sea. So it is rare. I just didn't want people to think it's something that they do every day. So that suggests to me that something is happening. Thank you, Jermaine Morgan, for being a member. Thanks, D. Zanis, too, who says, more attacks by sea drones like the other night and Iran shooting at them? Thanks, D. Zanis, too. Remember, the U.S. said a couple days ago that they used, it was yesterday or 2 days ago or something like that, they said they used sea drones for this first time to attack Iranian targets. Thank you, Crypto King, for your support. Crypto King says, it looks like this war is getting worse. What next? Thank you, Cosmic Brownie, for your support. Damien and the Irish Penguin. Damien thinks Iran has been the only ones who's proven time over to be good on their word in this conflict, unlike America and Israel. Thanks, Damien the Irish Penguin. Thank you also, D. Zanis. D. Zanis said ChatGPT said there was a missile complex in Hajiabad. I'm not sure about that. Could be true. I don't know if there was a reported strike or strikes near Hajiabad we talked about earlier. I don't know what was targeted. Maybe that had something to do with that. Thank you so much, D. Zanis, too. Thank you, Hell of a Time, who's wondering why gas and diesel prices rise and fluctuate so much, but propane remains the same. Filled 2 tanks today at Costco, and each tank was $12. I don't regularly buy propane myself, but if it is true that domestic U.S. propane prices remain relatively stable, that's an interesting phenomenon, but I do not have the background to talk about that at the moment. Thank you, Hell of a Time. I can't lend any insight on that, if that is indeed true. A general phenomenon in the U.S. Hey, thanks, Hannah Love, for your support. Thanks, Echo Park Mom, as well. All right, now let's get some updates here. Drunk Can't Cook, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Foot of Chaos, thanks for the gift sub on Twitch. Fernie Man, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Maybe stuff going on in Kuwait. Hearing unconfirmed reports from Iran state media, unconfirmed reports from Iran state media about stuff going on in Kuwait with an explosion and possibly a fire. Let me see what I'm seeing. Has Kuwait announced sirens? I wouldn't be surprised if Iran fired stuff at Kuwait. Nothing new from their army website. Let me show you what's being reported now from Iranian state media. Now, often when they say that there's stuff going on in other countries, like explosions, that means that Iran has fired. That happens when Iran fires missiles or drones at other countries. So you can see Tasnim says, just in the last couple minutes, unconfirmed reports of an explosion in Kuwait. Multiple explosions in Kuwait. That suggests to me that Iran has fired more missiles or drones at Kuwait. They also say Kuwait's army reported a fire caused by a missile strike from Iran. I didn't see any new report from the Kuwait army. But again, they do tend to make posts like this when Iran has fired missiles or drones at other countries. I also want to point out about 10 minutes ago, no new incidents have occurred on Keshem Island, next to the Strait of Hormuz. Hormozgan province governorate, despite reports of explosions being heard on Keshem Island, according to the latest reports received, there have been no incidents on the island. The source of the sounds is something else and is related to the conflict at sea. We keep seeing, and that's the local government in southern Iran. They keep saying there's conflict at sea. There you go again. Iranian state media, IRIB state TV is also reporting explosions in Kuwait. I don't know where they're getting this. Kuwaiti army reports a fire and 6 crews are working to extinguish the blaze. But generally speaking, when they say explosions in Kuwait in the Iranian state media, that means that Iran has launched missiles and or drones at Kuwait. So that would be my guess. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to get information out of Kuwait. I mean, we heard from Kuwait earlier today. Several hours ago, they said that one of their ships had been attacked by Iran and 4 sailors were injured. They also said earlier today that in an announcement by the army, they said that Iran had targeted several vital and civilian facilities, which led to material damage, but they didn't get into the specifics. So there could be stuff going on in Kuwait now that we don't hear about ever, or we don't hear about, and then maybe tomorrow or something hear very little about from the Kuwaiti government. Oops, hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. Hang on 1 sec. Give me 1 moment. Let me get this thing on the screen for you. I need 2 seconds. I need 2 seconds. Here, give me 1 second. Give me a minute. That was less than a minute. Sorry about that. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Something is getting, periodically I have to get stuff for the channel. I ordered something, piece of equipment for the channel. It's supposed to get delivered today. So I'm keeping an eye out. Normally I don't have my phone on during the broadcast. So sorry for the disruption, but I would like to get that. But I'll keep an eye out. Give me a second here. Actually, don't even need the ringer on. Okay. Let's see. Now, at some point, we're going to hear more about what's going on with these reported sea clashes at sea. Okay. Now we need to try to get you some more updates. And again, possibly Iran has fired drones and missiles at Kuwait because Iranian state media is reporting about explosions in Kuwait. I think we might. I just saw an unconfirmed report about possibly other missile launches. So, I mean, at a certain point, I certainly, given that the U.S. has been striking Iran for several hours for the fourth straight night, certainly expecting Iran to launch retaliatory strikes on other countries in the area, which would normally happen. Now, what I need is, hold on. So we're waiting to hear more word of that. Yeah, I'm seeing some. Okay, Vahid Online says 2 missiles were launched from Tabriz about 10 minutes ago. Vahid gets reports in from Iran. So it appears, again, Vahid says launch of 2 missiles from Tabriz around, reported about 10 minutes ago. I've seen multiple unconfirmed reports online that Iran has once again launched stuff at Jordan. So it sounds to me like perhaps Iran has launched missiles or drones at both Kuwait and Jordan. That's what it seems like from what's being reported. Unconfirmed, but I would not be surprised. Yes, here we go. I mean, this is what happens. Look at this. Just as I was saying. Look down there at the bottom. Arab sources report explosions at U.S. military bases in Jordan. I don't know if there's Arab sources, but that's the kind of post that Iran makes when they launch missiles at Jordan. So it does look like Iran is conducting retaliatory strikes, as they normally do after the U.S. launches strikes on Iran. And it looks like Jordan and Kuwait. They just, what Iran does is they will, when they respond to these strikes by the U.S., they tend to just fire at U.S. military-related facilities in neighboring countries. And then they will say that they attacked these U.S. military facilities in these countries. Now, why did they do this? As one of the viewers said, well, that's an interesting question. That's probably, I cannot give a complete answer, but I mean, there's various parts of this. One thing is you might think by attacking neighboring countries, they want those countries to put pressure on the U.S. to stop the war. But another thing is by launching these, it's a way of looking like they're doing something without being particularly escalatory, because they seem to keep attacking these same military facilities again and again and again. So at a certain point, that keeps things at the same level. There's other kinds of targets they could be attacking, like energy infrastructure, which they're not targeting. Yes, now Pumbaa says they put their bases in those countries. So Iran would say, well, you're collaborating with the U.S. But again, it's not as escalatory as it could be. As I've said, I don't think when the U.S. launches these strikes, that the kind of strikes we've seen in the last few weeks, they don't seem to be at a level they seem to be at the same level. They don't really seem that they're going to move the needle for Iran. And Iran's retaliation strikes seem to be at the same level and basically the same type of targets, and that are not really going to move the needle for the U.S. So it's this kind of stalemate kind of things, it seems like, where they're launching the same kind of strikes each day on each other. There's a certain limit to what is being targeted. And the most sensitive stuff is not being targeted for the most part. And the strikes stay at a certain level and they're not escalated. That's what it seems to be is happening. To me, that's my thought. Midtown Mike says it was escalation in the beginning when Iran hit oil infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, and also the U.S. at one point, the U.S. and Israel was doing things like attacking the Pars gas field in Iran. That would be a different story. But I don't know what's going on with these reports of clashes in the Strait of Hormuz and clashes at sea. Barack Ravid says that we would talk. Trump gave this interview to Fox News today, which is going to run tonight with Trey Yingst. Barack Ravid said in that interview that Trump says his representatives had contact with the Iranians and conveyed a message: if they don't reach a deal, you will have nothing left in Iran. Remember, President Trump did tell Trey Yingst today of Fox News. This is the exact quote. Next week, it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. Seven Six says about damn time. And then our viewer, My Lord, says Trump deadlines mean nothing and everyone knows it. Update from CENTCOM. Breaking news from CENTCOM. Just in. I'm seeing this right now. Hold on. Breaking news. I haven't even read it yet. Statement from CENTCOM. Over the past 7 days, Iran has intentionally targeted civilians across the region by attacking 7 commercial ships, resulting in nearly a dozen crew members killed, missing, or injured. Oh, I think we knew all this. I don't know that any of this is new. Maybe I shouldn't have said breaking news. I don't know that any of this is new. Over the past 7 days, Iran has intentionally targeted civilians across the region by attacking 7 commercial ships, resulting in nearly a dozen civilian crew members killed, missing, or injured. Iranian forces have also launched dozens of missiles and drones toward neighboring Gulf countries. U.S. forces are holding Iran accountable for unwarranted aggression that continues to endanger innocent lives. So it's nothing factual in here, I don't think, is new. We've been seeing these reports of ships attacked. We're aware of reports of crew members killed, missing, or injured. So I don't know that any of that is new. I guess it's interesting that it's being. So I'm sorry for saying. I assumed I should have. Well, I think it's big news when CENTCOM posts something like this. The very fact that they're posting it, I guess, means something. They don't post things like this all the time. Does this mean that some sort of change is coming? Why is this being posted now? Ginger XXL says new operation incoming. I don't know. It seems a weird post to just post for no reason. Anyways, my bad. I think my reaction was excessive, given what the statement actually said. Although you never know. Why is that being posted now? Right? I mean, they could have posted this anytime in the last week or two. So why is it being posted now? Martin Hodes says something bad has happened, I guess. Claudiot thinks it's justification for what's coming. It's weird. It's a weird post. It's strange. J.K. Senar says, why? Excellent question. Quick Sugar Plum says, Trump probably screamed at Hegseth he's not seeing enough blustering in the news. You know, the CENTCOM account, I mean, they post stuff. They don't post all that. It's not like a steady stream of stuff. And this is just not that common a thing. Well, I wonder, you know, might something happen in the coming days where we look back on this and say, oh, I guess we understand better why that was posted. Skype says reason to start a new war. So kind of a strange post there from CENTCOM, at least to me, strange to me. From the CENTCOM commander. MEP says, is this justification for the ongoing offenses or something more serious to come? I'm a Good Goy thinks it's a bit of a strange post. Curtis Ray thinks it's propaganda for bigger hits on Iran. Oh no, this was like I literally put it up there. When I saw it, it was like 30 seconds after it got posted. So it just got posted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what, you know, is it just a post or might something be coming? I don't know. We have President Trump today saying that next week is going to be the power plants and the bridges. Nicolette Parker says it's kind of a nothing post. So it does, again, just to repeat, Iranian state media reports explosions in Jordan and Kuwait, which suggests that Iran has launched missiles and drones at Jordan and Kuwait to retaliate for the U.S. strikes earlier. Here's another report from Iranian state media. Again, more of the same here. This is from Tasnim. I think they mean missile and not rocket. News sources report a new wave of ballistic missiles fired towards U.S. bases in the region. Meanwhile, sirens have sounded in Jordan and missile defense systems deployed at U.S. bases have been activated to counter the Iranian missiles. So again, this is kind of the standard fare, as crazy as that might sound. The last 4 nights, U.S. strikes on Iran, then Iran launches strikes on, they say, U.S. bases and U.S. military targets in the region. Thanks, Ships, for being a member. Ships119, thank you. Also, producer Nico, thank you to Byte Mode for moderating and also for your support. Byte Mode says, would Trump really tell him when it's coming, or it could come at any time? Could it come at any time? Well, I guess if Trump were really going to attack their power plants and bridges, one might claim, well, maybe he wouldn't tell them, it would come out of nowhere. I mean, that would be such a a lot of people would have a problem with that kind of attack and might say it's war crimes or something, So I don't know in a case with something like that, an attack at that level, I don't know if President Trump would want to not give them a lot of very clear warning for that kind of attack. But the initial attack to start the war back in end of February, there wasn't a lot of clear warning there. But this is where you're talking about bridges and power plant stuff, Thank you, Byte Mode. New report of attack in Iran right now. U.S. attack on Deloran. A location in Deloran County was targeted and struck by projectiles from the American enemy forces a few minutes ago, says Iran state media Fars. Details regarding the exact location of the explosions and the extent of potential damage are currently unavailable. This is Deloran County. Just a new report from Fars state media. Let's show you where that is. There is, I think I found it. Is this it? Deloran, well, that says Deloran County right there. That's in western Iran, basically next to Iraq there. We don't really hear about, there's been a bunch in the last couple of days, there's been a bunch of U.S. strikes in Khuzestan province. This is Elam province, but we've heard about strikes in this area here. Anyways, this is Deloran County here. So new strikes by the U.S. reported in Deloran County next to Iraq by Iran state media moments ago. Where and what happened, I don't know. But that's a new report right there. U.S. attack on Deloran. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, I have it up there. It's been reported by several outlets in Iran state media, and I don't know what's going on with these reported clashes at sea, whatever this is. It's strange to me to see that reported, and I don't know what that involves. I'm sure we'll hear something more about it eventually. Jack Liga Videos says, I sense an Iranian surrender coming next week. That's what Jack says. Our viewer One of our viewers thought that the recent report of U.S. strikes in Doloran County. One of our viewers thought that was an odd location, but the comment flew by. Now I can't find it. Ken Alloway says no chance Iran surrenders. Den says Iran will never surrender. Now, I didn't hear this myself. PW360, our viewer, claims that he heard Barak Ravid on Israeli TV saying officials told him they expect the strikes to continue for at least 2 or 3 more weeks, and this weekend the target bank may expand to Tehran and other main cities. Now, I didn't hear that myself. Thanks, PW360. But that it certainly is something to look at. I mean, we're not seeing Tehran getting hit in these U.S. strikes. So it'd be interesting if the nature of the strikes change. But as I said, for weeks now, the nature of the U.S. strikes and Iranian retaliation strikes have been pretty similar from day to day. Michelle Lausen says, "What do you think the American population would say or do if the U.S. lost a ship?" I mean, that would be. I think it's going to be that would be an unlikely at this point, given from my limited military knowledge. But yeah, I mean, look, we talked about this yesterday. There is ongoing fire between the countries, and stuff can happen. Like if a plane goes down, for example, or something like that, that could change the nature of the conflict in some unanticipated way. Fighting is going on. But I would be pretty shocked if Iran somehow sunk a ship. But there's other things that could happen. PW360 says the one change is the U.S. and Iran exchanging fire every day. Yeah, I mean, this week we've had it, 4 straight days? Previously, we've had it several times in a week, but not 4 straight days like this. Well, after the memorandum of understanding, after the ceasefire. All right, give me a moment here. Let me just get updated. I mean, at some point, something's going to have to change. Yo-Yo says, is destroying power plants and bridges war crimes? That's a debated legal topic that I don't really want to get into right now. I'm not a legal expert myself. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Maybe if President Trump starts talking about doing that more and sets like some sort of firm deadline, we'll talk about that more. AP had an article in April. Again, I don't really want to get into this, where they said the issue could turn on whether the power plants were legitimate military targets, whether the attacks were proportional compared with what Iran has done, and whether the civilian casualties were minimized. But it's a debated. It's a complex legal topic. Thank you also to Will Smith. Will Smith says Karg Island for an unannounced ground invasion. I've heard nothing about that's going on. I don't know. I'll let you know. I would be surprised if President Trump invaded Karg Island with ground troops, because that'd be a big escalation, and also would involve a risk to U.S. troops. Thanks, J.C. Grobmeyer. JC says, is profiting off a war you started a war crime? Thanks, Rick H, for being a member. Rick H 8628. Ships 119 for being a member. Thank you. Pam BK thinks Karg Island is coming. I think soon we're going to get some sort of statement from Iran saying that they attacked military targets in Jordan and Kuwait. I think that's coming shortly. You know, I had mentioned we were going to check Flight Radar 24 before, and we never did it. I'll do it now. Hey, thanks, Gregory Prim. Gregory, thank you so much for your support. That's really kind of you, Gregory Prim. Thank you. One of the viewers, I think the viewer was mentioning this aircraft. This is the E3B Central. AWACS. This is a command and control craft, right? E3B Sentry. I mean, we've seen these up there before. Airborne warning and control system, highly mobile. It is a early warning and control aircraft, says Wikipedia. Anyways, it's flying around here in the area near the Persian Gulf. Air Force. That's up there. We periodically see these, these refueling tankers flying around. This one right here you can see. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of other planes we can't see, but that's one right there. You can go to flightradar24.com and check out what's there. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here. Our viewer Jim Sween thinks stuff is going to get intense. Another report of strikes in Delorean County in the western Iran near Iraq. Here, look. Minutes ago, a location in the Delorean County was targeted and struck by projectiles fired by the American enemy. I think this is the same we saw somewhere else, but this is in Mare State media. Again, that is in western Iran, next to Iraq. I don't know what's being hit there. That is DeLorean County. HC thinks America is too weak to stop this war. Let me just take a second. I want to shout out a couple people. Thanks so much to. I want to thank our Twitch subscribers who subscribe over there and support the channel, like Canadian Till and Vio, Uncle Fester, Wall Street Shaggy, Susan CHF, Midtown Mike, Glueman, Gonzalez, DJ Saltlick, Tatsiki, Hugh J. Thanks, Tatsiki, for the gift sub, too, as well. Also, Brian Harold for the gift sub. Thank you. Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. Space Turkey 33 for subscribing. Drunk Can't Cook for subscribing. Foot of Chaos for the gift sub. Thank you to all of our Twitch subscribers. Also, thanks so much to our YouTube members. People like Boogeyman Genetics, Evelyn in Maine, James Perry, Frosty McMuggins, Cac, Ken Alloway, Sarcasm BTC, The Tree Line, Zinc Man, Ben Van, Stephen Parnme, Son of Revolution, Bad Doge, Evelyn in Maine, Lori Durstein, Paula Faust, Dude 444, Beckaboo, Gregory Scher, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you. And all of our Facebook subscribers too, like Dolly Clark, Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you for subscribing. So when will we hear more about these reported clashes in the Strait of Hormuz? Have heard nothing more about that yet. What's going on? What is happening? B. Shep says America isn't weak by any means. Thanks, Sabra. Thank you, Sabra. Sabra thinks that Iran will wait out the U.S. American Witch thinks the reports of sea clashes are definitely an interesting deviation from the normal script. Thanks, Da Vinci 407, who thinks the guns, bombs, rockets, and warships are all symbols of human failure. Either man will abolish war or war will abolish man. God be with us. That's from Da Vinci. Thank you, Da Vinci. Thank you, Aaron Stevens. Aaron says that the Fox News interview is airing with Trey Yingst at 5 p.m. I can't watch it. I mean, I can't show it. I don't have the rights to show it. But there's been a bunch of clips released. I'll try to keep an eye on it when they actually air it. But there's been a bunch of clips posted by Fox News of that interview. I assume if there was anything, I may be wrong. I was going to say, I assume if there's anything like super important or newsworthy, that they would have already talked about it, but I might be wrong. I would think they'd want to promote it if that were the case. Give me a moment here. Hang on. Thanks, Aaron Stevens, very much. I appreciate it. Iran state media posted a photo. I don't know where they got it, and they claim it shows an Iranian missile strike in northern Jordan. I don't know if that's true. Certainly looks like Iran. Oh, Ali BK mentioned. Oh no. Yeah, I saw a couple of mentions that there were some U.S. aircraft over Jordan. I don't know how normal that is. Maybe it's totally normal on flight radar. Ali BK and I don't know who else. Was it Aleph or Shin who I follow mentioned this? If you go to Flight Radar 24, well, that's civilian. I think there might be some military craft here. Now I can't find them. I'm not seeing them right now. Oh, there's an Air Force plane. That's an Air Force plane that looks like it's circling a Lockheed C-130J over Jordan. Is that a refueling tanker? It is a military transport aircraft. According to Wikipedia, that's a military transport aircraft, the C-130J. Shlomo says it's light cargo. Martin thinks troops. Seems to be circling around. Although I don't know if some of this seems like, yeah, see where it's like when it does that, I don't know if that's from GPS jamming or something's off. It seems to be generally circling around up there. Wes Downer said there were 3 earlier. Yeah, I thought there were some more U.S. military planes above Jordan, according to some posts I saw. Maybe you can't see them anymore. I have not seen in the last few minutes new reports, a bunch of new reports, waiting to hear more from both sides. I think what I'm going to do is 4th straight night of U.S. strikes and Iran retaliation strikes. Wes says fueling versions of those planes would start with KC. That's what Wes says. Checking for updates here. Give me a moment. You can see here this report from Reuters. Trump resumes Iran port blockade and threatens strikes on energy targets. President Trump today reimposed a naval blockade of all Iranian ports and threatened to hit power plants and bridges next week unless Tehran resumes negotiations. The latest U.S. escalation of the conflict. The U.S. also began a fresh round of strikes to continue degrading Iranian capabilities to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. military said. Tehran says it again closed the strait after hostilities between Iran and the U.S. reignited last week. Trump told Fox News in an interview that's going to air tonight, "I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy targets. Next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges, unless they get to the table and negotiate." It's going to air fully tonight, that interview. The clips have been aired, I believe. Trump said U.S. negotiators had been in touch with their Iranian counterparts to tell them, "You better make a deal." Iran's army said early Wednesday it had launched drone attacks against U.S. positions at Jordan's Azraq base. Yeah, I think we read you that announcement a couple of hours ago. Looks like they fired some more stuff at Jordan, too. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said they had targeted weapons and storage facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait. That must have been several hours ago, too, but I'm expecting a new statement like that soon. No, there's no live camera feeds that I can show you from Iran or from like Kuwait or anything like that. Trying to get you more updates here. I'm still seeing, I just saw another report in Iranian state media claiming explosions in Jordan. So at some point they'll say, "We fired stuff at Jordan and we hit a bunch of military targets." That's what they're going to say. Or "We targeted a bunch of U.S. military sites." But they keep posting stuff like this. See, they have this report claiming explosions in Jordan. The U.S. announced the start of its strikes early today. They said their strikes started at 3 Eastern time. In previous days, it's been later. Today was, let me look it up here. Today was 3 p.m. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if you go to CENTCOM here, Today was 3 p.m. Yesterday was 4:45 p.m. The day before that was 5 p.m. And the day before that was 7:15 p.m. 7:15 p.m., 5 p.m., 4:45 p.m., and then today 3 p.m. It's getting earlier. Paragen says a pattern. Fox News says President Trump told Trey Inks in their interview today that military strikes against Iran will continue until I say it's enough. President Trump will be participating tomorrow afternoon in Pennsylvania in a Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit. Then in the afternoon, and then he will go back to the White House after. Hey, thanks, by the way, so much to... Oh. John Carter. John said he was trying to donate memberships. I don't know why that's not working for him, because a bunch of other viewers have been able to do that today. I'll have to message him later. Hey, John Carter, that's incredibly generous of you. Thanks so much for your very generous support, John Carter. Hang on a second here. Thanks to everybody who's been generously gifting memberships to other viewers. All right, trying to get you more updates here. The updates have slowed. We're still waiting to hear about what's going on. We have these reports from Iranian media of conflict going on, of clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. I've heard nothing more about that. My guess is that we will hear something about that eventually, but nothing has come out. Oh, by the way, I do want to thank Tormented Tantalus just gave 50 people memberships. Tormented Tantalus. That's very generous of you. Please thank Tormented Tantalus on YouTube if you got a membership from them. Very generous, thank you. Also, Ty Lurker gave 5 memberships, so thank Ty Lurker if you got a membership from Ty Lurker. Thanks also Isaac Man for being a new member. Israel Bishop for being a new member. Or for being a member. Gregory Prim for being a new member. Julie Varshak for being a new member. Thanks also X Chocolate Angel, who says, I remember we used to make polls and predictions on whether or not the U.S. would get involved. Shout out also to our moderators are so awesome. Beth Mythical and Ruth have been over there moderating over on YouTube. Thank you. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Darren Charlo, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, on Twitch, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. Big thanks. And thanks also, I'm not kidding, Tormented Tantalus just gave 50 more of you memberships on the YouTube chat. So please, it's very generous of Tormented Tantalus. He's given 100 of, he or she has given 100 of you memberships. So please say thanks for the memberships. It's very generous of you. Thank you. And also thanks to Hannah K. Bells for being a new member. All right, now, some people are claiming something in London. Oh, hold on a second here. Flight Radar 24 says an issue at Gatwick Airport in London, as 9 flights originally bound for the airport are currently squawking 7,700, likely due to low fuel. We are working to hear more. Let's go to Flight Radar and see. What's happening at Gatwick? Gatwick Airport. So all of these in the, is it that all of these in the red? No. Now I'm confused. Why are these in red? Diverting to London. These are squawking 7,700. That's not squawking anything. Hold on. 77. I'm sorry. Hold on. When a plane squawks 7,700, that means there's some kind of emergency. Most of the time, that doesn't mean the plane crashes. We read a whole blog post from Flight Radar 24 yesterday about how that's a normal occurrence. But there's some sort of issue. So I don't know what is going on at Gatwick Airport. Let's see. There's Gatwick. There. Now, let me do a filter for Gatwick Airport. Filter. Custom. Add new filter. Airport. LGW. London Gatwick. Continue. All right, so everything on now that you see is from Gatwick. Now, are all these... That's diverting to London Stansted, I guess. That one, now I'm confused. Why is that? That one was circling, and now it's up there. So could they just not land? This one was circling, and now it's up here. All right, so what's happening with Gatwick Airport? Is there a reason that planes could not land? Oh, I'm seeing word of possibly a plane stuck on the runway there at Gatwick. Hold on. Hey, what's this? All right, that's a British Airways plane at Gatwick. Now, I don't know if there are a bunch of vehicles around it. These airport ground vehicles. So is it this plane that's causing an issue at Gatwick? You can see it's surrounded by, there's a fire vehicle there. A bunch of airport ground vehicles. Possibly, again, something going on with that plane that prevented other planes from landing. Maybe. But they haven't posted anything on their social media that I can see. Again, this is a British Airways flight, and it looks like a bunch of planes were waiting to land and then started getting diverted. Oh, did Flight Radar just post again? Hold on a second. One of our viewers said they posted again. Ah, here it is. British Airways flight landed earlier and was attended to by airport fire and rescue and firefighting services. Now it is taxiing to the gate. So it appears maybe what was happening, there was some sort of issue with this British Airways plane, and it landed, and then it was on the it was taxiing, and now it's taxiing toward the gate, but it has there were a bunch of vehicles around it. I don't know what was going on with this plane. It landed, it looks like it says it landed. It's 12:49 a.m. So, oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Give me 2 seconds. We're all good. Everything is good. Now, sorry for the interruption. So again, this plane landed at, it says it landed 38 minutes ago. So I guess there was some sort of plane, again, this British Airways plane landed, and according to Flight Radar 24, it landed earlier and was attended to by the airport rescue and firefighting services. Now it is taxiing to the gate. And because it got delayed, a bunch of planes were circling around, and then a number of them got diverted. You can see 9 flights originally bound for Gatwick ended up squawking 7,700, likely due to low fuel. And again, it seems like what happened is they weren't able to land because of whatever was going on with that plane. Now, I don't know the specifics there. So now I'm not aware. I mean, we haven't heard any kind of reports. I'd be pretty surprised. I would be pretty shocked if there was like a fire in the plane and it had been going on for 40 minutes and no one posted anything about it, right? So I don't know what happened though. So I'll keep an eye out and we'll see what we hear about that. I'm not really seeing anything in UK media either, so. Okay. Now, let's get back to Iran. Oh, now, this is interesting. We heard about a U.S. strike in Iran. State media was reporting about a U.S. strikes in Dolorin County, western Iran. Fars News claims that a mineral water factory was targeted. The Dolorin governor, a mineral water production, I don't know if this is true, a mineral water production factory near the edge of Ner-e-Ambar in the Musian district of Dolorin County was targeted by 3 enemy projectiles a few minutes ago. No casualties so far. Is this true? I have no idea. So we have Iranian official claims governor of Dolorin County, Iran, claims three enemy projectiles hit a mineral water factory. A mineral water production factory. Now, maybe something else was hit there. I don't know, but I just thought it's an interesting report. Hey, by the way, I need to say thanks. Hey, guys, Tormented Tantalus gave 100 more people memberships. So Tormented Tantalus has given 200 people in the YouTube chat memberships total. Crazy. That is so nice of you. Tormented Tantalus. Wow, that is so generous. I really appreciate that. Please say thanks if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus. Very generous of you. I also want to say thanks to Steamboat Sam, our member. Bass 3003, our member. Or no, for your support. who said U.S. Navy started using drone boats to make attacks. Might be what's being heard out in the Strait. Yeah, another viewer said something similar. The U.S. Navy, the U.S. military said they started using for the first time sea drones to make attacks on Iranian assets a couple days ago. I don't know if that's anything to do with the reports of clashes on the water tonight in the Strait of Hormuz. Don't know. Thank you, Bass3003. Thank you, Steve SRB, who said, saw somewhere that nose wheel of the plane at Gatwick got stuck and it had steering issues. Can't confirm the source. I haven't seen anything. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure. Thanks so much to Steve SRB. From Serbia. I think Steve SRB is in Serbia. Thanks, All That's Random. All That's Random thinks it was a plane with a nose gear issue that closed the runway. Thanks, All That's Random, our member. If I see anything confirmed, I'll let you know. I don't know what to make of this report. I mean, seems like something was attacked in DeLorean. Maybe there was a mineral factory water attack. Maybe there was a mineral water factory attacked. Maybe the U.S. thinks it's being used for something else. I don't know. Pimcat says maybe it's secretly a heavy water plant. You mean water used for the nuclear program? All right, give me a moment here. Flight Radar 24 updates that flights bound for Gatwick are still holding or diverting elsewhere at the moment, though the British Airways flight is now off the runway. Although we can check now. Here's Gatwick, which was there was an issue before at Gatwick. I see this plane. That plane looks like it's about to land at Gatwick. Hey, look, that plane going into Gatwick was circling around, and it looks like it's going into land now. Maybe some planes have already landed there in the last couple of minutes. I wasn't checking, but I can confirm that that plane looks like it's going to land, and that plane was circling, and now it's going in. That plane is circling, now it's going in. It looks like the planes have stopped holding there, guys. That's what it looks like. To me, to my untrained eye. This says diverting to London Stansted, but I don't know. It seems like maybe it's going to land at Gatwick. But you can see that plane right here. A Wizz Air plane is about to land at Gatwick. So planes seem to be landing there again. Sirens in Bahrain, folks. So it looks like earlier that Iran fired missiles and drones in the last couple of hours at Kuwait and Jordan, but they have not confirmed that. Well, now we have sirens in Bahrain, as we have had the last several days, when Iran fired retaliation strikes after the U.S. launched strikes in Iran. So we do have sirens in Bahrain now. Oh, I wanted to mention something else too. There's 1 missing and 17 rescued after a fire on a pontoon boat near Alcatraz Island, sadly. That's from AP. The U.S. Coast Guard said it was a vessel fire near Alcatraz Island. There were 19 people reported aboard the vessel. Search and rescue is ongoing. And then AP says, hang on a moment. Authorities say 1 person is missing and 17 others were rescued after a boat fire near Alcatraz Island off of San Francisco. I just posted a link to some footage of the boat. I don't have the rights to show it, but I'll post the link in the chat. I posted it on my X account too. Hope they find the person missing. That's not good. Yes, there are sirens in Bahrain, which means that Iran is firing missiles and or drones over there. Give me a moment here. You can see, and Iranian state media is reporting about this is how they do it usually. The Iranian state media will say that they're hearing reports about explosions in another country. That usually means that usually in a situation like this, that means that Iran has fired missiles and or drones at that country. So we're hearing from Iran's Fars media. Our Arab sources report hearing several explosions in Bahrain. Idaho Sweet Syringa says, are the U.S. attacks over for tonight? That I don't know. They might be. Although the last couple days, I mean, what tends to happen is that the U.S. attacks, they end, and then hours later they start up again. Not the major attacks of the day, but there's stuff happening throughout the day. What is this? Hang on. Hang on. Oh, look. Fars state media says it is reported that the explosions in Bahrain were caused by rockets fired towards American bases, which is what they normally do. This is interesting. What is this? Where is this coming from? The Vahid Online had posted some report. I don't know where the report came from, claiming that oh, is that where it is? It's a human rights organization called Halvish, which I'm not familiar with. They claim that at least 50 people were injured when a army barracks was hit in Iran. I haven't seen that other places. In Bamfor County. I mean, it could be true. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't seen that reported anywhere else. I think we heard a report of explosion or explosions before in Bamfor, but I don't know what it was. Halvish is a rights group in Sistan and Balochistan province. According to Wikipedia. Are they there or do they focus on that province? That I don't know. Actually, now I went to the Wikipedia article where it's supposed to be there. Now I'm not seeing that mentioned there, so I don't know. I can't confirm that claim. I think they might focus on that area. I don't know. I don't want to get into a whole research project on Halvish. So if I hear more about that, I'll let you know. Can be hard. We often don't find out what happened with each strike. And there might be all kinds of things that get hit in countries in the Middle East that we don't even hear about. But there are sirens in Bahrain. I think soon we're going to get posts from the from Iran Revolutionary Guard that say that they fired missiles and drones at targets in Jordan and Kuwait and Bahrain. That's what I am expecting. Thanks, by the way, to Kelly Lee, 1331. Thank you so much, Kelly Lee. That's really nice of you. Also, Thomas Home, thanks for being a member, Thomas Home. Feels like we're going to hear some more stuff at some point. about what's been going on. And no more word about the fighting reported in the Strait of Hormuz on the water by Iranian media. Nothing more about that yet. What that's about, I don't know. Planes are landing at Gatwick, in case you were wondering. Flight Radar 24, you can see planes landing at Gatwick. So they weren't for a while, but they are now. This is interesting. So this account that I follow that I believe is affiliated with the Iranian military, but I'm not positive. They say that urgent call from the blood transfusion center in Iran Shar City to donate blood in Bomport City, Iran. So I mentioned to you that Fahid Online, there's a report from this Iran, again, it's like a human rights group that claims that a Iranian military barracks was hit in Bomport tonight and that over 50 people are injured. I don't know that happened, but it's interesting to see that call for blood donors looked like. Wonder if we'll find out more about that. Hang on. Halvish, I think, is the name of the group. JAL. I'll post a link to their report in a second. Give me a moment. It's just odd. So this account Halvish, which is translated from Persian. They have this whole post, which I'll post a link to their post. I'll show you where you can get it too. But you can see it says, local sources report an increase in the number of injured from the attack on the 388th Army Brigade in Bamfor, Iran. At least 50 injured, at least 2 deaths. Reports of extensive casualties. I don't know if that's true, but there's kind of rumors swirling around about that. So let me post a link to their post in the chat. They have a whole post where they talk about it, and you can go look if you want. They claim that Also, they claim in this report that the number killed at the site is far greater than the number transferred to the hospital. They claim that parts of the soldiers' barracks and other facilities inside the garrison were targeted during the attacks. Now, it'll be interesting to see if we hear anything from Iranian media about this. And that would have been in Bamford. Bamford? How do we spell that? We posted about Bamford earlier. Where were how do you spell the name of the place? I wonder if that happened. Something you may be hearing more about later. Bampur, Bampur, in Sistan and Balochistan province. Bampur. Which is in southeastern Iran. I do wonder if this happened there. Oh, Joe Trusman posted about it. Joe said, let me show you what Joe said. Joe covers Middle Eastern stuff too. Iran International English posted about it too. So this is unconfirmed that this happened. But here's what Joe said about this report I was just talking about a possible strike on a military barracks site in Bampur. So Joe says Halvish, which is this human rights group, reports that an attack on Iran's 388th Mechanized Infantry Brigade in Bampur killed and wounded dozens of military personnel. According to local sources cited by them, at least 10 ambulances entered the base. After the strike, security was tightened and details and families were barred from approaching. The casualty figures and details have not been independently verified, and Iranian authorities have not issued an official statement. Keep an eye on this. Haven't heard much from Iranian state media for a while. Is it IRGC or Iranian military army forces? Rafsinger says, I don't know. But again, the group, the human rights group, Halvish, who posted about that attack, they claim that there's at least 50 injured, at least 2 dead in the hospital, and extensive casualties inside this military barracks. They say that local sources say that those killed at the attack site are far greater than the number transferred to the hospital, and dozens have lost their lives in the barracks. If it's true, I also don't know that could be something where Iran, I don't know that they can cover it up, but are they going to feel like they have to do some kind of retaliation thing or something? Forrest says, "Welcome to war." Latest price of oil. So Brent crude futures were they were closed for like an hour or two. They do that every day, but they just opened again. So it's up to about 86 right now. It's the new trading day. But if you look at the 5-day chart, a couple days ago it was down at about 75 or so. Now it's at 86. That's Brent crude, roughly 86. And you can see the 5-day chart for WTI US crude. A couple days ago, that was at 71.50. Now it's at 80. A little over 80. That's from tradingview.com. Mo says not good. Oh, Kuwait has now issued an alert. So again, this is what we see very regularly. Kuwait says their air defenses are currently confronting hostile drone attacks following the criminal Iranian aggression. So what do we see today? We know the U.S. has carried out a bunch of attacks on Iran. And then after that, Iran said in their state media that there were explosions in Bahrain and Jordan, which probably means Iran fired missiles and drones at Bahrain and Jordan. Then we heard about sirens and, not Bahrain and Jordan. We heard about Jordan and Kuwait. Iranian state media had said, was it Jordan and Kuwait? Now I'm getting all confused. They had said Jordan in someplace. Whatever. My point is, Iranian state media has said that there were explosions in Jordan, and I think they said explosions in Bahrain. And now we've heard of sirens in Bahrain and air defenses in Kuwait. So it just looks to me like it's the standard. After the U.S. strikes Iran, Iran will fire missiles and drones at neighboring countries like Kuwait and Bahrain and Jordan, and then they will issue some statement that they said they have hit military targets. Now, and targeted military locations. Now, there could be other things hit. A couple days ago, kind of out of the blue, Kuwait said that one of their oil platforms, an oil drilling platform, had been hit. Then earlier today, Kuwait said one of their ships had been hit. And I think the oil platform one person was injured, and when their ship was hit, 4 sailors were hurt. But Kuwait didn't come out and say that right away, and they didn't really give much information about that. So it's possible when this is going on that maybe some other things are getting hit, but we don't hear about it. You barely get any information from Kuwait or Bahrain, or Jordan. What you usually get is an announcement from Jordan like an hour later saying, we shot down 4 missiles. They don't say whether there's other missiles that weren't shot down. So that's what I expect to happen, is we'll get some sort of statement from Iran saying that they launched drones and missiles at military targets in these countries. We'll get very little information from these countries. You might get something. I don't expect it soon. That's what's been happening. But it's just very hard to find out exactly what's going on there. So I'm just checking for updates here. Give me a moment. So again, Kuwaiti air defenses are confronting hostile drone attacks. Drone attacks, they say. They specify here drone attacks. They don't say missiles, they say drones. And this seems to happen almost every night here. Look what we have posted from Iranian state media right now. They say Iranian missile strike hits U.S. Fifth Fleet and base in Bahrain. Remember, Iran has been attacking the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain basically since the start of the war. It is largely evacuated. It gets attacked again and again and again. I think each of the last 3 days, Iran has said they've attacked this base. So our viewer Buckeye Boy says, "Oh, please don't hit the fifth base, Iran. Please no." I think Buckeye Boys is being sarcastic. Globestorm says, "Let's call it the standard Iranian press package." I cannot verify that they've hit this base, but I wouldn't be surprised. But this seems like basically a daily occurrence these days that they're saying that they targeted that base. Yes, thank you so much, by the way, to our viewer. Hold on a second here. Our viewer, Pilsy, who says, any time now we'll get the CENTCOM airstrikes have concluded. I expect to hear that sometime soon. Yes, I agree with you. Thanks to Sparky the Human as well. Sparky the Human says, seems like an endless loop. Strikes, they want to make a deal, lackluster talks, deal broken, strikes. This all comes down to whose economy and human resilience can last longer, says Sparky the Human. Thank you. Do we have any photos of the base, or do they keep them secret? I don't have the rights to it. The Wall Street Journal had an article, I want to say a couple weeks ago, where they had a bunch of satellite photography of the Fifth Fleet base, and they had reporting about how it had been targeted for months by Iran and significantly damaged. The article is called How Iran Devastated an American Naval Base and Caused a U.S. Recalculation. Satellite imagery reveals for the first time the extent of what Iran destroyed at naval support activity Bahrain. I don't own the rights to that article, but you can go to the Wall Street Journal and look it up. Wolves Say We says Iranian missiles slam into U.S. base in Jordan. Lots of videos on Telegram. Yeah, I see videos all the time on social media claiming to be new videos of Iranian missiles hitting targets in Kuwait and Jordan, whatever. I can't verify them. I don't know that they're legit. So I'd be careful with those. I think these countries in general don't want the people posting that kind of stuff. We've read you posts from countries where they explicitly say don't post that kind of stuff. So I certainly can't verify it. Yeah, we've reached that time where we're not getting a lot of updates about strikes on either side. But again, it does look like the Iran has fired stuff at Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Haven't heard about anything about Qatar or UAE tonight. Yeah, I bet we'll get that CENTCOM announcement very soon about we have concluded our strikes for the day. Thanks to Dooku. Hey, Dooku gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Dooku. Make sure you thank Dooku if you got a membership from Dooku. Oh, I missed it. Gulfion, our viewer in Bahrain, said that about a half an hour ago there were explosions reported in Bahrain. I think Gulfion heard them about a half hour ago. Yeah, thanks. PW360 said that Al Jazeera said that ISNA Iran said U.S. airstrikes targeted an Iranian army barracks in the city of Pomber. I don't know if that's a bad translation. I looked for the ISNA report and I couldn't find it. I saw a couple people claiming that Iranian Students News Agency had reported about that unconfirmed U.S. strike on an Iranian army barracks. And I went to ISNA. I went to their website. I couldn't find it. So I don't know where the ISNA report is. Maybe they posted about it earlier today, but I haven't seen it myself. In case you missed it, President Trump did say today that in an interview with Fox News, he said, next week it gets really bad for them because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges unless they get to the table and negotiate. Paragen, our viewer, says bigly bad. Evelyn saw a report claiming that the army barracks that was unconfirmed report hit in Iran was for regular army, not Revolutionary Guard. That I don't know. We're waiting for more updates. Expecting to hear something more soon from CENTCOM and from Iranian state media, or actually from the Revolutionary Guard, maybe. I'd like to get you something more. Nothing more still about those reports in Iranian media today of clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. Katie Kubiak says the never-ending story needs to end. That's what Katie says. Deborah Rhodes says, Trump is not falling for that negotiating BS. He gave them plenty of time. Give me a moment here. Someone asked about the difference between the Revolutionary Guard and the army. So if you see here from Wikipedia, the Islamic Republic of Iran armed forces include the regular armed forces, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the police command. The IRGC was established as a separate and parallel military force after the Iranian Revolution. The IRGC is tasked with safeguarding the ideological foundations of the Islamic Republic and defending the regime against internal and external threats. It operates its own ground, naval, and air units, as well as the elite Quds Force, which is responsible for extraterritorial operations. The IRGC functions independently of the regular army and often holds significant influence in strategic, security, and economic affairs within the country. Both of them provide essential security functions for Iran and coordinate regularly, but some rivalry remains, resulting from their uneven access to resources, varying levels of influence within the regime, and inherent overlap in missions and responsibilities. The setup has been criticized for its lack of transparency, limited parliamentary oversight, and its questionable contribution to national defense. That's a very brief outline from Wikipedia. I'm not an expert on the Iranian military, but just to give you a little background. And you can see here, Encyclopedia Britannica. This is Encyclopedia Britannica. I'll post a link to this for you. They say Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the most powerful branch of the Iranian armed forces, independent of Iran's regular army and accountable only to the office of the supreme leader. It was established by Iran's first leader after the revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, and strengthened under Ali Khamenei. Under Khamenei's tenure as leader, the IRGC became deeply entrenched in the economy and in regime security, allowing it to undermine civilian political processes in favor of Khamenei's autocratic rule. The IRGC consists of an army, navy, and air force and intelligence wing. I'll post a link to that article if you want to check it out in Britannica. Still waiting for some update from CENTCOM and also Iran as well. Thanks, Katie Kubiak, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Katie Kubiak. Thank you. Thanks, Kevin Chard, who says the U.S. needs to go after the IRGC, then the war will end. Sabra says per global ORSINT, there's a video posted regarding the Iranian army barracks. I think I've seen some video. Again, it's one of these cases where I can't verify the video myself. I also don't have the rights to it, but I can't even verify it. I mean, during this war, all this kind of video floats around, and it's just hard to tell a lot of the time what's legit and what isn't. I'll keep an eye out, though, Sabra. Yeah, I mean, there was a video posted from, well, didn't show much, from that human rights group. I don't know if that's legit, though, so I'll keep an eye out. Thank you so much, Sabra. I appreciate it. In Iran right now, it's 4:15 a.m. To get some more water in a second. Eventually, I'm going to have to eat something. So again, unconfirmed reports floating around today that the U.S. may have attacked an Iranian military barracks in Bampur, which is in southeastern Iran. I cannot confirm that. Is the U.S. still striking? We haven't heard of a new strike in Iran for a while. I think the U.S. will say soon their strikes are over, but they haven't said their strikes are over. They haven't said it yet. I might take a minute and get some more water and just take a minute. Give me a second here. What I'm going to do is let me take about 2 minutes and then come back. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back and we'll continue with our coverage. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. I am not at the moment seeing much new. You can see the Institute for the Study of War in their new report today says Iran has attacked at least 3 commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours, which indicates that Iran retains the ability and the willingness to attack commercial shipping despite recent U.S. strikes on Iran. And you can see they have a nice map there from Institute for Study of War of what the 3 in the past day were attacked. The 2 UAE tankers and another tanker. The vessels were attempting to transit through the strait using the IMO Omani traffic separation scheme, not going on the route that Iran wanted them to go on. I'll post a link to this article so you can look at it. I haven't heard of any new attacks today. They also have a map of the latest in the last day Iranian retaliatory strikes. They also said Iran may have fired a ballistic missile equipped with a cluster munition warhead at Bahrain for the first time. Iran repeatedly attacked Israel using cluster munitions warheads during the war, where the warhead has multiple, what do they call it? Basically, multiple explosives in it. That's not the right word, though. But the warhead will split, and you'll get different pieces that come out that explode on their own. I don't know if it's strictly speaking multiple warheads. I think there's a submunitions, as Luke Moran said. I think submunitions is a good word. Iran reportedly used a cluster munition warhead in an attack on Bahrain for the first time. We cannot verify this report, but if the report is accurate, Iran's use of a cluster munition warhead to attack Bahrain would represent a notable inflection in Iranian tactics, given that Iran has previously only used cluster munition warheads in attacks against Israel. Cluster munition warheads contain submunitions that disperse over a wide area and are intended to maximize damage. Again, I'll post a link to this in the chat, understandingwar.org. Institute for the Study of War. They post these periodic updates about conflicts, including Iran. Here are locations. They have a map of the U.S. strikes in Iran in the past day. That'd be before the current strikes, I believe. Yeah, until 2 p.m. Eastern time today. And you can see they're concentrated on the southern coast. But a bunch in here, too. Thanks to Gary Baines for the gift memberships, by the way. I really appreciate that. Gary Baines, thank you. I saw something from Iranian state media. Excuse me. That's interesting. Regarding the boat, there was a boat that there was a reported boat fire near Alcatraz. But now ABC News says the San Francisco Fire Department said it initially received a call for a fire on the boat, but authorities haven't seen evidence there was a fire on board. So was there not a fire on the boat? It was reported initially as a boat fire. Hang on. One person is dead and 2 others are missing after a boat sank in San Francisco Bay near Alcatraz Island. The San Francisco Fire Department said it initially received a call for a fire on the boat. However, authorities said they haven't yet seen evidence that there was a fire on board. All right, so I just wanted to post that. So that's a sad story. Again, ABC News says one person is dead and 2 others are missing after this boat. It's a pleasure boat, I believe. Boat with more than a dozen passengers sank in San Francisco Bay near Alcatraz Island. The San Francisco Fire Department said it initially received a call for a fire on the boat at 3:30 p.m. local time. However, authorities said they haven't yet seen evidence there was a fire on board. And the report says the boat sank. I'm reading the ABC News report right now. Condolences to the family of the person who was killed. I hope they find the other 2 people. It's terrible. Frank Mancini says, when will this war be over? Iran state media says Iran state media has been posting some videos claiming to show like Iranian drone and missile strikes in the area, but it's not stuff that they've taken themselves, and I don't really know where they're getting this stuff and if it's legit or not. Very well might not be legit. But they did say about 10 minutes ago they claim a drone attack on Kuwait. Oh, well no, they just repeated what Kuwait said. They said Arab media also reported hearing loud explosions from within Kuwait. Again, it's pretty clear that Iran launched strikes in retaliation for the U.S. attacks on Jordan and Bahrain and Kuwait. We don't have much details on that right now. And the U.S. has still not announced that their attacks are done for the day. Arthur Allen says Iran is getting crushed, costing them $400 million a day while CENTCOM pounds targets in wave after wave of strikes. Gary Baines doesn't think Iran will launch missiles at Israel anymore. Thank you, Katie Kubiak, our member. Katie says, go USA. Thanks also, Oxytropis, for your support on Twitch, and Raymond Day for your support on Twitch, and Cece as well. Also, Kendra Fox. Thank you. Tennessee Be Good says, why don't Bahrain and Jordan not do counterstrikes? We get this question a lot. I guess I don't know for sure, but something I would guess is that. And from articles I've read, I've seen mention of things like this, which is, look, Jordan and Kuwait, if they start launching strikes against Iran, are they really going to do... What are they going to do that the U.S. military is not going to do, I guess I would say. That's one thing. And they have to... If they start directly attacking Iran, then that could really harm their relations with Iran in the future. Iran's not going anywhere. It's going to be their neighbor. So, and this, I've seen a lot of articles mention this, that they feel that like they have to maintain decent relations with Iran, or decent enough, because Iran's going to be their neighbor. So, I mean, one reason they might not be doing it is cost-benefit analysis. What do they get? What benefit do they get out of it versus the cost that Iran in the future will treat them more like an enemy, you know? So that's one, that'd be my guess. That would be my guess. I mean, ultimately comes down to self-interest. Now, I don't know if the U.S. has told them not to for whatever reason, maybe, but, you know, they got to live with Iran in the region being their neighbor in the future. Also, look, if Iran starts attack, what is Iran doing? For the most part, it seems like Iran is launching drones and missiles at the same U.S. related military sites again and again and again. And they're, you know, I would certainly think if Iran started going after their electrical infrastructure or something, or desalination plants, or civilian homes, then they might feel more pressure to take action themselves. But it really seems like the general thing day after day after day, generally speaking, is the same type of responses. That'd be my guess. I'm not sure. I don't know that the U.S. also wants other countries doing their own military activities. When again, I mean, what's it really going to accomplish militarily when there's a risk of it escalating things? But who knows? Maybe at some point you'll... You know, a few days ago there were some strikes in Iran reported, and it was I don't know that, and it was ever clear who fired on them. I mean, there's reporting from earlier in the war claiming that Saudi Arabia and one or more other countries actually launched strikes at Iran that were not actually publicized. Yeah, I mean, there's an article I'm looking at right now from Reuters back in May. Saudi Arabia launched covert attacks on Iran as regional war widened. The Wall Street Journal had also reported back, I believe, in May that the UAE had carried out military strikes on Iran. Reuters said that the Saudi and Emirati actions reveal a conflict whose true shape has remained largely hidden. Hang on a moment here. Back in March, Fox News had an article why Gulf states aren't joining the war against Iran. In that article, it said regional analysts say Gulf leaders are concerned that even if even one country joins the fighting, the conflict could quickly engulf the region. I mean, that's from months ago. DW.com pointed out in an article in March that an expert they talked to said the Gulf states are much closer to Iran and not as heavily defended as Israel, improving Iran's chances of landing hits. Okay, let's see here. Now, Shin claims that there's explosions in Bushehr province. Is that reported anywhere else? I haven't seen that anywhere else yet. That's what Shin said. Oh, Vahid Online posted it too. Vahid Online says, loud explosion. He got some reports from about 5 minutes ago of a loud explosion heard in Bushehr. One report says 2 explosions. The Bemani area in Bushehr. So this is just about 6 minutes ago, according to Vahid Online. If we go to Bushehr province here on the map, which is next to the Persian Gulf, and we zoom in here, can we find the Bamani, right there, Bamani area? Report of 1 or more explosions in the Bamani area. Maybe more U.S. strikes going on. But that's just a few minutes ago. A bunch of reports there from Vahid. Seen unconfirmed report claiming a couple other places were hit, but I haven't heard anything else about that. Couple reports say explosions in Sirik. Yeah, I'm going to post a link to a video that's floating around that claims to be a link of a drone hitting Kuwait, and I just don't know if it's legit. Then there's a question of what exactly it's hitting. OSIN Technical posted it, said supposedly it's hitting a warehouse. It could be legit, I don't know. I don't have the rights to the video. So again, last few minutes, some more explosions being reported online in Iran. Thank you to Mara Scott. Is it true that the U.S. is striking coastal and western borders of Iran, so a joint effort with Turkey and Saudi Arabia in a few days will be a success? I have heard nothing about such a report. The first time I heard about it is 5 seconds ago when I read your post. I have not heard anything suggesting that's the case. I don't know what's going on for sure, but that's all I can say is I've heard nothing about such a thing. Thank you so much, Mara Scott. I appreciate it. Again, reports floating around of some new possible strikes in Iran in the last few minutes. Nothing confirmed in Iran state media, however. The fourth night straight of U.S. attacks on Iran. Hectate says it's going to be the Strait of America pretty soon. Waiting to get you more updates here. How many targets hit tonight? No idea. That has not been announced by the U.S. Joe Gray says, how many days in a row will it be? Any new alerts? Not that I've heard, but, what was it? Hour and a half ago, there were sirens in Bahrain, and then Kuwait said they were dealing with a drone attack. Joanne says, can't wait for U.S. payback. Yeah, all this, it's the Iranian state media is reposting this video that's floating around on the internet, claiming to show a Kuwait drone from tonight. I don't know if it's from tonight. An Iran drone hitting Kuwait from tonight. I don't know if it's from tonight. If it is from tonight, I can't confirm where it is. It's the same video I posted the link to earlier. I'll post it again. I'm going to have to make some food soon. Soon I will be making some food, guys. I'm going to do that in a second. I'm going to make some food, and while I'm making the food, I'll be in here, in and out, and updating you. But that's going to have to happen. Thanks so much, Bob Knuth. Bob, that's really nice of you. I appreciate that. So this is a claim from Iranian state TV. I don't know if this is true. They claim, it's Iran state TV. They claim that this might not be true at all. They say a NASA thermal map indicates Iranian drones struck an American warehouse in the Al Shuaiba industrial area in Kuwait, causing a fire. I don't know if that's what it really indicates. I don't know if that's actually happened. That's the best I can tell you. Who knows? Vahid says that he got. Vahid Online reported about 15 minutes ago that he had gotten messages about new explosions in Bushehr. One or more explosions there. He said he also got messages from Jam. He said he got a message claiming that there were explosions at the Jam airport. Maybe that did happen. I'm not sure. I'll show you on the map where that is. So Jam is here. That's in Bushehr province. So the Strait of Hormuz is here. Jam is up here. There. And if we zoom in, there is a airport in Jam. Maybe it was that just attacked a short while ago? I'm not sure. Jam, Iran. Another account I follow online, which is possibly affiliated with Iranian military, says aggression against the city of Jam. Crystal Ball Gypsy Doll says this war is exhausting. It had started. It started 4.5 months ago. 4.5 months ago. Shin believes that ballistic missile launchers were hit in Bushehr, Iran. That's what Shin thinks, who I follow. Lady Bird Lee says, why hasn't Iran's leader been seen in public? Well, apparently he was severely injured, reportedly, in the initial strikes in the war, and also maybe for safety reasons. Whatever happened to, I thought that today, Iran state media had reported that today, this past day, Moshtaba was supposed to lead a commemoration ceremony for his father. We didn't know if he'd actually be there. I've heard nothing about him appearing in public today. So maybe they had the ceremony, but he didn't appear. David Joe Klotz thinks 4 months is not a long time for a war. Oh, hey guys, updated reports from Vahid Online. He says he got messages from Sar Bandar and Manshar about new explosions there. Sar Bandar and Manshar. Sounds like some new strikes going on by the U.S. Sar Bandar is in Khuzestan province. It's on the coast. Well, near the coast, I guess. It's near the coast. Well, it's just water. No, what happened to Sarbandar? Sarbandar. It says that's Sarbandar, which is, I guess, kind of on the coast, near, or I don't know if these are rivers or what this is called, but that's Sarbandar, and then also near the water, and then Mashar. That's also in Khuzestan province. That's right near it. So Mashar, maybe it's the same strikes that they're hearing, actually, because they're so close to each other. Give me a quick moment here. So it looks like we're hearing about, in recent minutes, some new U.S. strikes possibly in Iran. I need a second. Now, it's interesting though. Nothing in Iranian state media. I've heard these reports. Vahid is talking about it, and Shin, who I follow, and some other accounts I follow, but nothing about the new explosions reported in Iranian state media. Nothing. Not a peep. Not a peep. So I don't really know what's. My guess is that there are some new explosions. That'd be my guess. Shin says explosions in Mashhar. Another account I follow claims air defense is activated in Mashhar. So it really does seem, and I don't know why we're not hearing anything about this in state media, but it seems like there might be some new strikes going on. Some other accounts I follow saying similar stuff. So possibly a new wave of strikes going on in Iran right now from the US. And some of the locations we've heard about are Mashhar and also around Mashhar. I forget what this one is called here, but Mashhar and also the area next to it. And then Bushehr. Where's Bushehr? Bushehr here, and then Mashhar up here, and then Jam, which is, I think, near Bushehr. Jam is down, Jam Bushehr. Jam is down there. So targets near the coast around the Persian Gulf. We're hearing possible new strikes by Iran. Hey, thanks, Missouri Mahler. I really appreciate that. Missouri Mahler says, "Are you surprised that Mojtaba didn't show for his father's funeral? The last credible report of his location was when he was bombed next to the Ayatollah, and since then we get cardboard." I would be surprised if he was dead. That would surprise me if they elected a dead person as their supreme leader. Who knows? But I mean, maybe it's for safety reasons. Maybe he's disfigured or not functioning well. So you can think of different reasons for it. I would think at a certain point they'll have to have him appear somewhere. But I'm not surprised in that he hadn't appeared before. So I'm not surprised. I think it's quite interesting that he hasn't appeared at all. But given that he hasn't appeared for 4 months, I'm not surprised on any given day that he doesn't appear. Thank you, Missouri Mahler. But I would think at some point there's got to be some sort of video or something with him. Maybe for the purposes of the war, they just don't, maybe for morale or whatever, they don't want to, even if, let's say he's disfigured or something. Maybe they don't want to reveal that during the war. I don't know. Chief Hung says he's not even crap posting. Black Cat thinks Iran, the U.S. might be hitting missile launch sites now. Amir G. Dark thinks he is dead. Mojtaba. Banana Bananu says electing a dead person would be a 17D chess move. Jesse James thinks he probably died shortly after they elected him. Hang on. If it's like a year from now and there's been like no public appearance whatsoever, even video of Moshe Chaba, that would be really surprising to me. Patricia Canada says eventually the truth will come out. Everything is delayed tonight. Well, we just had some recent reports of possible U.S. strikes, but normally we would have a statement by now that the U.S. had ended their strikes, but maybe they didn't because they were going to do more. Hours ago, Iranian state media was reporting about clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. Never heard anything more about that. Hours ago, Iranian media was saying that there were explosions in Kuwait and Jordan and stuff, which in Bahrain, which normally means that they're launching retaliation strikes, but they never issued their statements about that. Feels like everything is just delayed. There could be all kinds of stuff going on we don't know about, you know? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. Yes, as Israel Bishop says, it's 5:13 a.m. in Iran right now. In a minute, I'm going to take a minute and go make my food. We got a state. Look, I said we hadn't got the statements yet. The statements we get every night now from Iran. We got our statement about Jordan from the Army Public Relations. Look, guys, it's the statement about how they fired stuff at the at U.S. military targets in Jordan. So let's read that statement. I'm guessing the first of several statements. Here you go. Here is from the Iranian army. 8th phase of the Thunder operation by the Army. Continued drone attacks by the Army on a U.S. base in Jordan. Army Public Relations. Following the repeated acts of aggression by the untrustworthy enemy, the 8th phase of the Thunder operation was carried out this morning with a new wave of drone attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran's army against U.S. bases in the region. For the second time, the location where the F-18 fighter jets are stationed and the large equipment hangars of the U.S. terrorist army at the Al-Azraq base in Jordan were targeted by attack drones. Relying on the faith, knowledge, and preparedness of its forces, the Islamic Republic of Iran's army will decisively defend the security and territorial integrity of the country and will not leave any threat unanswered. Our defensive power is not for initiating any war, but we have a firm will and unwavering determination to safeguard the independence and territorial integrity of Iran. Ruth says, right on time. Austin Batman thinks when they say targeted by, that means the drones were shot down. I mean, they're not making any claim that their drones hit. Although if they did, I would say I don't know if that's true either. But they are saying that they fired drones Not missile. They said drones this time. One of our viewers was wondering if they're running low on missiles because we're hearing about drones firing today. I don't know about that. I mean, if we go several days and they don't fire any missiles, then I think maybe I'll start thinking something might be up. I'm not going to judge based on a few hours. But again, this is kind of boilerplate for them. But they did say they launched drones at U.S. targets, military targets in Jordan. We're going to get one of these statements for Bahrain and Kuwait as well. And now all the different... Oh! We already got a statement about Kuwait. Wow, that was fast. We got a statement about Kuwait. Look at this. Look, hold on. I'm going to show you the Kuwait statement. This is also from Iranian state media. This is from Tasnim. Announcement number 11. I think the last one said 8, but maybe there's weird things with translation. The KJL, the main support and logistics center of the U.S. Army. Now, I wonder if this is the thing where the video shows. They say that the KJL, the main support and logistics center of the U.S. Army in Western Asia, located in Mina Abdullah, Kuwait, was set on fire. Is this a target they don't normally fire at? I don't know. To the heroic people of Iran, hold on. It's from the Revolutionary Guard. Well, this is maybe they have 11 announcements and the Army has 8 announcements. The Revolutionary Guard says, your brave sons in the IRGC and the Basij, relying on the Almighty God and encouraged by your presence and sincere prayers, are managing the battlefields with firm steps, achieving victories and inflicting humiliation upon the great Satan. The American enemy, which in recent nights claimed to have attacked our bases due to the actions of violating ships, did so again last night, even though no ship dared to violate regulations. This is interesting because we have not, in the previous nights, in the past few weeks, U.S. always attacked after, hours after Iran was said to have attacked shipping. I haven't heard of any new shipping attacks since the last day. Iran says... remember it's the morning there, they say last night we got attacked by America, even though no ship dared to violate regulations or cooperate with America. And naturally, they say there was no impact. To conceal its own defeat and inability, the U.S. targeted several coastal bases and locations in the southern provinces of the country with cruise missiles and fighter jet bombs. However, the powerful warriors of Islam punished and suppressed the aggressors with resounding responses. In the fourth wave of Operation Nasr II, with the blessed code Ya Aba Abdullah al-Hussein, peace be upon him, the KJL, the main U.S. Army Preparation and Support Center in Western Asia, located in Mina Abdullah, Kuwait, was set on fire and destroyed. The retaliatory operations of the warriors are continuing, and the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the end of the American mischief. All right, so hold on a moment here. Hang on a moment. Just give me a moment. I cannot confirm this report, but this is what they're saying about this. Can I find that on the map? Mina Abdullah. Did they hit a warehouse? Is it something they had tried to hit before or not? How significant is that? I don't know. All right, so there's Mina Abdullah right here on the map here. Mina Abdullah refinery. I don't know where this warehouse is. I don't know. There's Mina Abdullah refinery. I assume that's where we're talking about here. Let me just post this for a second. Okay, so the Revolutionary Guard says, hang on. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says that in its latest claims that in retaliation strikes that in retaliation for the new U.S. strikes, they say the KJL, the main U.S. military logistics and support center in Western Asia, located in Mina Abdullah, Kuwait, was set ablaze and destroyed. This claim is unconfirmed. So hold on. Let me just see. Do we have any new statements from them? So I've read you the two statements. We got two statements in from Iran, one from the army, one from the Revolutionary Guard. And the army statement said that in retaliation for these latest strikes, the army carried out a drone attack against U.S. military, U.S. military sites in Jordan. For the second time, the location where F-18 fighter jets are stationed and the large equipment hangars of the U.S. terrorist army at the Al-Azraq base in Jordan were targeted by attack drones. They also posted video. I don't know if it's the same video as this was posted earlier. They posted this video to go along with it, which I guess is supposedly drones being launched. Hold on, this could be loud. Supposedly, this is drones being launched. Oh, you can't see this right now. Oh, I know why. Hang on, I'll do this. Supposedly, this is drones being launched. But it looks like missiles. I don't know. I think it's the same video as before. Maybe it's a placeholder video they use and they just post. I'm not sure. I have my doubts about the video, but it was posted. And then the other statement was released by the Revolutionary Guard, and it said that the Revolutionary Guard said that in response to the latest U.S. strikes, the KJL, the main logistical and support center of the U.S. Army in Western Asia, also located in Mina Abdullah, Kuwait, was set ablaze and destroyed. I cannot confirm these claims. Seth Dominus thinks it's drones in the video. One of our viewers says it's propaganda. Twitch Tash thinks they're rockets in the video. Creative Capybara thinks Iran is not getting destroyed. They're an ancient civilization that has learned to survive the harshest conditions. They have been preparing for war with the U.S. for 50 years. They are ready and winning. Crypto King says, y'all, Iran is mad. Lego Common Sense thinks that the IRGC does not trust what the IRGC is saying in these statements. Stutz thinks IRGC is sounding just like Baghdad Bob when Baghdad collapsed in Gulf War II. Dwight Sornberger says Iran sounds a little defensive. All right, so we got those two statements from Iran. And we never got it. Do we ever get a statement from CENTCOM saying the strikes were over for the night? Probably get that soon. Hey, thanks, Missouri Mahler. Missouri Mahler, one, thanks for your support. He thinks the evidence points to the unsurvivability of Mojtaba's circumstance. Missouri Mahler thinks it's more valuable to the decaying regime to have a successor alive. That's what Missouri Mahler thinks. Thank you, Missouri Mahler. It's an interesting topic of where is Mojtaba? Why has he not made any sort of appearance and all that? Even on video. Thanks also to Ron Sluggos. Ron Sluggos says it's so weird that this channel mostly parrots IRGC propaganda here in U.S. in the middle of a war. Goes to show how unpatriotic we become. So shameful you are. That's interesting. To me, I thought I just read you two statements from the Iranian army and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and I said things like, I don't know if this is true. These claims are unverified. I don't know if they're just launching at the same targets. I don't know if any of the drones actually hit the targets. It's interesting. So I didn't know. Maybe I guess there might be parrots who do this. Wow. Those are some really impressive parrots. I was not aware that there are parrots who don't just repeat stuff, but repeat and then offer critical analysis of what's being said to them. Those must be some incredible parrots, Ron Sluggos. Wow. But I appreciate your support, Ron Sluggos. But I mean, come on. I also recall repeatedly reading statements from American government officials and posts like the post from CENTCOM and posts from people in the administration. But I guess those, it's not the same when I do it that way. That's not parroting. It's only if I read the stuff on the Iranian side is parroting, I guess, for Ron. But thank you, Ron. I appreciate it. Okay, let's move on. We still have not seen anything from CENTCOM about their strikes ending for the night. Nothing. All right, I'm going to have to make some food. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes here because at this point, I mean, look, we're in this, what's happened like the last 4 days is you have these strikes by the US and then responses by Iran. And then during the rest of the day, sometimes things happen too. You can have some more strikes reported here and there. The major strikes seem to happen. Well, we also sometimes hear about ships getting attacked. I will say it's very interesting that we hadn't heard about ships getting attacked since yesterday. In Iran, actually, the Revolutionary Guard, I think it was, in their statement said that there had not been ships attacked since yesterday. Hang on. Give me a second here. Why can't I do this? Hey, thanks, Southern Gent Phil, by the way. Southern Gent Phil, that's very nice of you. I appreciate it. Southern Gent Phil. Also, Mr. Weskers. Thank you so much, Mr. Weskers. Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought I said unconfirmed. No way. Why did I say disclaim is I really thought I said unconfirmed. That's crazy. Thanks for letting me know. I posted something and I meant to say this claim is unconfirmed. And somehow that's what I thought I wrote. And then I ended up writing this claim is confirmed. Man. Sometimes this happens when I'm on for a while. And I make these mistakes. Oh, there's a statement about Bahrain now, too. There's another statement that came out, guys. Statement about Bahrain. Statement about Bahrain. They're releasing all their statements at once. All right, give me a moment here. Let me just get this posted. I'm going to read you the other statement in a second. Okay, so Iran's Revolutionary Guard claims that in retaliation for the latest U.S. strikes, the KGL, a major U.S. military support and preparation center in West Asia, located in Mina Abdullah, Kuwait, was set on fire and destroyed. This claim is unconfirmed. Sorry for the confirmed typo in the original post. Okay. That's better. Now, here is the next statement. There's a new statement. They came out with all their statements at once, basically. Hang on. Couple statements here. What is this? Here, Fifth Fleet Base. This is from the Revolutionary Guard. The U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet Command and Control Center, along with its warehouses of military equipment and the fuel storage facilities in Bahrain, have been destroyed. Last night, the child-killing army and treacherous U.S. regime, by deploying its pirates in the Indian Ocean and claiming control of the Strait of Hormuz, have blocked. Oh, this is because of the blockade. Have blocked maritime routes to ships and deprived the world of the region's oil and gas. This morning, the perpetrators of these acts received a crushing response from the IRGC Navy's forces. In the fifth wave of Operation Promised Victory II, under the auspicious code Ya Ali ibn Abi Talib, peace be upon him, the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet Command and Control Center, its large warehouses of military equipment, and its fuel storage facilities in Bahrain were severely damaged and destroyed. The enemy should know that now that its pirates have blocked the route for exporting oil and gas to the world from the Indian Ocean, a route that threatens the economic interests of America's rivals, they should expect other export routes for oil and gas, which benefit America and its allies, to be closed as well. A big threat. Oil and gas exports from this region should be either for everyone or for no one. Wow. That's a bit of a threat there from the Revolutionary Guard. Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The enemy should know that its pirates have blocked. That now that its pirates have blocked the route for exporting oil and gas to the world from the Indian Ocean, a route that threatens the economic interests of America's rivals, they should expect other export routes for oil and gas, which benefit America and its allies, to be closed as well. Oil and gas exports from this region should be either for everyone or for no one. Now, that would be big news if they started attacking alternate routes, or having the Houthis attack shipping in the Red Sea or whatever. They put it in bold, too. Oil and gas exports from this region should be either for everyone or for no one. Fred Flintstone thinks they're desperate now. Sender says both sides are just trying to demonize the other on social media. What a weird state of reality we're living in. Starstreak thinks the U.S. has no cards left to play. Okay. Did I get to all the statements from them? I think there's three. They released the statements about Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain. I told you they were coming. They released them all at once. The statement about Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. Oh, we didn't read this specific statement, number 12. We didn't read number 12. Hey, by the way, thanks, Joe Seals. That's so generous of you. And Ben and Eli watching too. Joe, that's so kind of you. And Ben and Eli, I really appreciate you watching. And thanks for your generous support. That's super nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeff TE88, by the way. Jeff says, of one of the statements, one or more of the statements, Jeff says, not true. Thank you, Sabra, for your support. Hey, I never read you statement 12. Let's look at statement 12. IRG, now this is similar to the statement 11, but it's not the same. It's a different statement. IRGC, the NS1 Management Center, Command and Control Center, large warehouses of military parts and equipment, and fuel storage facilities of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Oh no, we read you that one. Wait, now I'm all confused. Oh, I understand. No, it's the same I just read you. They broke it up into two statements here. We read you all the statements. There's a statement about Bahrain, a statement about Kuwait, and a statement about Jordan. And I believe we read all of those. Yeah, because if you look here, there's the statement about Kuwait, which we read you. And there's the statement about Jordan, which we read you. Oh, you can't even see what I'm looking at. Hold on. There's the statement about Kuwait, which we already read that. Then there's the one about Jordan and the drones, which we already read that. And then there's the one about Bahrain, and we already read that. So we got all the statements at once, basically. Normally they spread them out. Oh, and guess what happened? Oh my gosh, it's just, it's a torrent of statements. Statements all at once. The statements are all coming at once. Wow, how convenient for us. CENTCOM completes more strikes against Iran. I kind of like when they release all the statements at once. Can you believe it? Iran, yeah, Vimy posted the like my brain exploding emote on X, on Twitch. I mean, wow. Iran releases, I've never seen it like this before. Iran releases all the statements at once, and then the U.S. right after them. It's very organized tonight. U.S. CENTCOM completes more strikes against Iran. U.S. Central Command completed an additional round of strikes against Iran at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, July 14th, hitting dozens of military targets near the Strait of Hormuz in Iranian control areas. U.S. fighter aircraft, drones, and naval vessels launched precision munitions against Iranian missile and drone sites. Naval capabilities and coastal defense systems during the 7-hour wave to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping and civilian crews. These strikes took place the same day U.S. forces resumed the naval blockade against vessels transiting to or from Iranian ports and coastal areas. The blockade went into effect at 4 p.m. Eastern Time today. U.S. forces remain vigilant, lethal, and prepared to execute operations directed by the Commander-in-Chief. Here's some more video. Oops. I'll be careful with the volume here. For some reason, I'm not hearing volume. Oh, I think I know why. I think I turned off the volume. Maybe no volume on this one. Possibly no volume on this one. Anyways, you can look at the video here of the explosions. They usually release a video every day with their announcement. It says the footage was released today. It doesn't even say it was all from today. It could be all from today. Oh. Volume on some of it. Anyways. Wow, we got everything at once. By the way, thanks to C. Serwin for your support. I really appreciate it. C. Serwin. Also, Crypto King. Thank you so much, Crypto King. And Purple Turd Waters, who says the Iran drones in Cuba may be invisible to US tech. Watch it because they have new tricks. I don't really know much about this. President Trump had said that his administration is checking whether Iran stores drones and missiles on Cuba. He was asked about a purported intelligence report, and he said, if they have them, and it's very possible they do, we'll take care of it. When was that? Yesterday? Euronews reported that yesterday. I think we actually saw him saying that yesterday. I can't remember. Thank you, Purple Turd Waters. And Country Campers. Country Campers, I appreciate your support. Hang on a second here. Yeah, unless something is urgent right now, we basically just got all the statements. We just got all the statements, guys. I wish I knew more. I mean, there's that video floating around that supposedly shows a drone, a Iranian drone hitting a U.S. site in Kuwait. Maybe that is that site that Iran said the KJL, a major U.S. military support and preparation center. I don't know if it's a site. I don't know if that's something that's been attacked before. I don't know if that's some hugely significant strike on that site or not. I just don't know. No comment from the U.S. on it at this point. I wish I had more perspective on that for you, but I just can't tell. And look, also, there was clearly reporting from Iran state media, an Iran local official, I believe it was the governor of Hormozgan province earlier, saying that there was ongoing clashes in the Strait of Hormuz. My guess is that something was happening there, and we just haven't heard anything about it yet. So we might hear in hours or tomorrow about stuff that happened tonight in the Strait of Hormuz or other countries or Iran. So we just have to wait and see. We're so limited in terms of, what we can find out. We're at the mercy of what we're being told at a certain point. Then there's also that question of there were unconfirmed reports of a strike on a military barracks of Iran in Bampur, Iran. And there's several reports claiming this online. I don't know if it actually happened. Some reports say that dozens of soldiers were killed. I just don't have more information on it, so I don't know. It's just so hard to tell. So if I hear more about these things, I'll let you know. Chris F. says every conflict relies on maintaining a narrative. Chris F. thinks the U.S. lost the narrative. Yeah, as Ruth said, I could be back right on the air, depending on what happens. Bobby Newman says it's war, things happen. Tom Blackhurst thinks Iran is conspicuously avoiding Israel. Trent says we will be back tomorrow for round 5 for sure. And there have been cases when, Iran struck U.S. facilities in the Middle East where we didn't hear about this happening until much later. So all I can do is keep an eye out for what's being reported and see what we see. All right. For now, though, I never went to make food, but at this point, I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. And who knows, I'm sure we'll be on again covering news soon, covering more news. But I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream today. And a lot of you have been sending me updates and also letting me read your comments and questions on the air. So I greatly appreciate your help and your participation and people participating in the chat. Oh, by the way, PW360 mentioned that Jennifer Griffin of Fox today had posted that the pickaxe site in its present condition would be more suitable for ground forces to attack or sabotage, like the destruction of the Advanced Centrifuge Assembly Center, which reportedly involved explosives that were brought into the facility during its construction. More details about how the U.S. military could strike big pickaxe below. I'm going to post that link to that post from Jennifer Griffin, where she cites the Institute for Science. I don't want to get into all that now, but I posted a link to it in the chat. It contains a report supposedly about Pickaxe Mountain. I haven't even looked at the site and gotten into this yet. Thanks, PW360, for writing in about that. All right, but I really appreciate people watching, and if there's huge news later tonight, we can always come on the air and do another live stream. And I will also post updates if I see news when I'm off the air. My X account is @Lookner. Oops. You can follow me there for news updates when I'm not live. @Lookner on X. Dad's Army says strikes are still going on. Yeah, look, I mean, this is what's been happening the last few days. The U.S. says the strikes are over, but we do hear, you can hear reports throughout the day and evening of more strikes. So I'm not going to stay on 24 hours. If there's some kind of huge event, then I can come back on the air. But certainly there could be reports of strikes continually. And there have been at different times and different hours. But I'm not on for everything. Also, let's see here. But I really appreciate people watching, and I would suggest turn on notifications for the channel, because I never know when there's going to be more big news, and we're going to come back on the air. And so if you want to get notifications before we go live every single time for free, sign up for our free notifications. They work fantastic. And our mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. And you can also find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. The link to sign up for the free notifications. I definitely recommend that. Hey, also huge thanks to our moderators. Moderators, thank you so much. Amazing. We could not have our chats without our moderators. They are the ones keeping it under control and civil and respectful there. In the chat, people like Haley Girl and Ruth and Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk. Thank you so much. And Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thank you. All of our other Twitch mods and YouTube mods. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, Andrea Holder on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Darren Charlo, K. Lowry Body. Huge thanks over there. Thanks to all of our moderators. Hope I got all of them. Hey, also thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. That is so nice of you guys. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. I still need to thank a couple of people. Sparky the Human gave 10 more memberships. Thank you so much, Sparky the Human. That's very kind of you. Please thank Sparky or somebody else if you got a gift membership or a gift subscription. Michael Hutchinson thinks the worst is still yet to come. Thanks for being a member, Michael. I hope you're not right, but I have no idea. Thanks, Michael, for being a member. Thanks on Twitch to Brushin for subscribing. Brucian. Also, Oxytropis and Raymond Day on Twitch. Also, Tormented Tantalus, who gave, I think, 200 people memberships. And Joe Seals for all your support, and everybody else I thanked earlier. Really appreciate your support of the channel. Thanks for letting the channel exist with your support. And Ben and Eli as well, along with Joe Seals. Another thing for people on X, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, is follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. And one moment here. Oh, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. It is free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat. And thanks so much to our Discord moderators who moderate the Discord chat. Thank you, Discord moderators. Also, for those who watch on YouTube, I would recommend turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. The YouTube notifications, to turn those on, well, you got to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. Subscribe. And if you already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. Thanks also again very much to, who did I want to thank again? Where is it? Yeah, John Carter. Thank you so much, John Carter. I got to send a message to John Carter about the memberships. Thanks, John Carter. Also, hey, I want to thank our Facebook subscribers who subscribe over there and support the channel, like Diane Allworth and Kristen McConnell Gates and Kay Lowry Body, Dolly Clark, and all of our other subscribers over there. Thanks to all of you for supporting the channel. And also our Twitch subscribers. Thanks so much for supporting the channel on Twitch and subscribing there. Midtown Mike, New Yorker 783, Okay to Play All Day, Wall Street, Shaggy, Bayou Boy TV, Jack's Animals, Canadian Till the NVO, Paisley Manatee, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Space Turkey 33, and thanks Mr. Gook for chatting for the first time. Jax Haku in Wall Street, thanks for subscribing. And SDFDSV, thanks for subscribing. Uncle Fester, Hugh J, thank you. Let's see. Carlinism, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. And all of our other subscribers over there, huge thanks. Brucian, thanks. And our YouTube members, shout out to all of our YouTube members. Michael Avery, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Crypto King, Evelyn in Maine, CAC 813, the one and only Circle Inside a Box, Trent, Patricia Canada, Steel Booking, Wickedest Witch, Gregory Scherer, Ron Lolordo, Chinot, CAC 813, Sparky the Human, and all of our other members, thank you so much. I am a good guy, the one and only, so cool, bro. Thank you. Our other viewers as well, like Teresa. Thank you. Dad's Army UK. Mario Gonzalez. Salvation for Israel. Angelia. Was it Hooley or Shuli? Hooley. What's the Big Dilly? Lewis Curry, thanks for watching. Echo Park Mom. Tony Bennett. Slacios. Pre-breakfast banana, thanks for watching. Grump MMA, OTWN. How lucky, thanks for watching. Strong one. Sarah Smile, Dolly Clark, thanks for watching. Judy Fishaw. Becky French, thanks for watching. Nicolette Parker. Brian Shy. All right, we're wrapping this up. We're wrapping it up. But again, if there's huge news, can always come back on the air. Oh, there is another statement from the IRGC about Jordan. So, for the interests of completeness and thoroughness, let me just show you what they had to say real quick about strikes in Jordan. The Revolutionary Guard said the nests of F-15, F-16, and F-35 fighter jets, along with a number of American strategic drones, were destroyed at the Al-Azraq base in Jordan. I have no evidence this is true, so what can I say? They regularly make claims, the Iranian military, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, that are not true. I don't know about this. They say this morning, the Revolutionary Guard, when the atrocities of the American child-killing army against our nation were once again launched in response to the crimes of the Great Satan, a significant portion of which are carried out using American bases in Jordanian territory, the Mujahideen of the IRGC's Aerospace Force in the sixth wave of Operation Nasser II, with the code Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah, retaliated against the American base in Al-Azraq, destroying the nests of F-15, F-16, and F-35 fighter jets, and destroying a number of American MQ-9 strategic drones at this base. The Holy Land of Jordan is the abode of prophets and has no place for occupiers and international criminals, they say. The Islamic nation expects you, noble and courageous people who have witnessed the crimes of America and the Israeli regime against the oppressed Palestinians more than any other nation, you Jordanians, to end the presence of great Satan's army on your soil and prevent that sacred land in Jordan from being the origin of aggressive attacks against Islamic countries and the oppression of the Palestinian people. Do not miss any opportunity to destroy American institutions and expel the American occupation army from Jordan, says the Revolutionary Guard to the people in Jordan. Okay. So anyways, that was the one statement that I had not read yet because I hadn't seen it. I think it just came out a little while ago, about 8 minutes ago. So we read you the U.S. statement and the Iran statements. Jake Seattle thinks they're getting desperate for help. All right, guys. I really think that's it. Vahid just posted videos of an attack supposedly recently in Chabahar about a half an hour ago, supposedly, by the U.S. I'm sure the strikes will keep going. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat something, and if there's huge news, I can always come back on the air, but I got to eat something. Oh, I will, hold on, before I get off the air, I'll stay on for a few more minutes. Why? Look what just got reported right now. Explosions were heard at Imam Khomeini Airport. No, it says RA port. What's the RA port? What's this? Literally just happened a couple minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. Erna, several explosions were heard at the Imam Khomeini RA port. Is that the airport or something else? What does RA port mean? Got to look this up. Oh, it's a port. It's a shipping port. It's a shipping port. I just looked this up. Gemini says RA is just abbreviation for Ruhollah Khomeini. So this is a port. It's a shipping port. In this, a few minutes ago, 5 explosion-like sounds were reported in the city of Imam Khomeini port. Where is the port? Oh, it's Khuzestan province. I thought it said airport initially. I thought they were saying the Imam Khomeini airport. This port is in Khuzestan province. Okay, so reports of explosions at a port, and I'll show you where this is. I think it's right here. I got it. So if you look at Iran here, there's Iran. We're talking about towards this northwestern part of the Persian Gulf. And if we go in here, you see it says right there, what does it say? Imam Khomeini Port Special Economic Zone. Somewhere in there. I believe that's what we're talking about. Anyways. I think, I don't know for sure. But that's explosions reported at the Imam Khomeini port. Although they said that the report actually heard in port. All right, well, anyways, I gotta go. I have to get some food. So, I'm going to get off the air now. I'm going to eat, and if there's something huge, we can come back on the air. All right. So that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. Just make sure nothing else crazy is happening here. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.